Can someone confirm if they can hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear you, Lindsay.
Great, thank you.
I can hear you. What, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, I can see you.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Can anyone see and hear me?
Yep, see and hear you.
Thank you.
Henry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, and can see you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good morning. We're now on the record. It's 9 a.m. on August 25th, 2025. This is an evidentiary hearing in 24A-0547E and 25A-0061E, the Consolidated Proceeding of Public Services application for its 25 to 2029 Distribution System Plan and Grid Modernization Clause, as well as its application for approval of its aggregator virtual power plant program and tariff. I'm Eric Blank, the Commission Chair. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Gilman?
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Good morning, Commissioner Tom Plant.
I'm told we need to do appearances by the parties again, so if we could start with Public Service Company of Colorado.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Matt Larson, Wilkinson Barker Nauer, LLP, on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Tina Samar Pacheco from Public Service, Emily Geraldo from Public Service, Zev Simser from Dorsey and Whitney, and Pat Zomer from Moss and Barnett.
Thank you. Trial staff.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith. I'm representing trial staff in this proceeding. I'm joined today by my co-counsel, Senior Assistant Attorney General Katie McLaughlin, and Assistant Attorney General Aileen Chung.
Thank you. UCA.
Morning, Commissioners. This is Patrick Wittershine of the Attorney General's Office, joined by my co-counsel, Tom Dixon, on behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate.
Welcome. CEO.
Good morning. This is Gabrielle Falcon of the Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the Colorado Energy Office, and I'm joined by my co-counsel, Jackie Colicchio.
Thank you. Welcome. City and County of Denver.
Morning, Commissioners. Chuck Solomon, Assistant City Attorney, representing the City and County of Denver. And with me, I'd like to enter the appearance of co-counsel Robert McDermott.
Thank you. CEC.
Good morning, Austin Rushoff on behalf of the Colorado Energy Consumers. Also going to enter the appearance of my colleague Michelle King and Christine Roach.
Welcome. IREC.
Good morning. On behalf of the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, I'm Sky Stanfield with Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger, and I'm joined by my co-counsel Seth Goldman, also with Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger, and our local counsel with Earth Justice, Michael Hyatt.
Welcome. Pivot Energy. Eastern Metro Business Coalition.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Mark Davidson of Fairfield and Woods, appearing on behalf of the East Metro Area Business Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. City of Boulder.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Gabriella Stockmeyer of the law firm Dietza and Davis, representing City of Boulder. I'm also entering the appearance of my colleague Lauren Davis and City Attorney Veronique Van Giem.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Holy Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mark Detsky from the law firm of Dietza and Davis, entering my appearance on behalf of Holy Cross Energy. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Daniel Rubin. Thank you.
Thank you. Western Resource Advocates, WRA.
Good morning, Parks Barossa representing Western Resource Advocates.
Welcome, Sweep NRDC.
Good morning, Michael Hyatt with Earth Justice representing Sweep and NRDC. I would also like to enter the appearance of my colleague Leslie Coleman with Earth Justice.
Welcome. Tesla.
Victoria Mandel representing Tesla.
Welcome. Mission Data.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Scott Dunbar of Keys and Fox here for Mission Data.
Welcome, AEU.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Judkins with Kaplan Kirsch, representing Advanced Energy United. I'd also like to enter the appearance of my colleague, Sarah Keene.
Cress.
Morning, Commissioners. Vincent Calvano on behalf of the Colorado Renewable Energy Society.
Mr. Althouse. Son.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioners. Baron Argetsinger with Keys and Fox on behalf of Solar United Neighbors. I'd also like to enter the appearance of my colleagues Mark Valentine and Grant Snyder, also of Keys and Fox. Thank you.
Thank you. ACA, COSACIA, and CCSA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Ellen Howard Kutzer of COSA, here representing the Associations for Clean Energy, or ACE, as we're going by for this hearing. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Jake Schlesinger of the law firm of Keys and Fox. Thank you.
Welcome. And finally, Commission Counsel.
Good morning, Chair. Lindsay Dundas, joined by Wyatt Foreman, both Assistant Attorney Generals representing Commission Counsel.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone? All right, let's jump into electronic process and pre-filed testimony. We're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as Hearing Exhibit 2300 lists the latest versions of the pre-filed testimony and attachments. With that, any objection to the emission of Hearing Exhibit 2300, the spreadsheet listing all exhibits? Mr. Larson.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any objection to the admission of the exhibits set forth in Hearing Exhibit 2300. I did want to note that Public Service has put in its box Rev 1 to Hearing Exhibit 105, both the public and highly confidential version of Mr. Mino's testimony, as well as a relabeled version of Hearing Exhibit 109. And the company would ask that those be moved along with the admission of the other documents in Hearing Exhibit 2300.
Any objections or concerns from the parties? Exhibit 2300 is admitted with a listing, including the two documents. Mr. Larson mentioned those exhibits aren't quite admitted yet. Going to all the items listed on Hearing Exhibit 2300, is there a stipulation among the parties to admit them, or is there any objections to it admitting all those exhibits? Mr. Larson?
No objection to the admission of those exhibits from Public Service, and I am not aware of any other objections from other parties to this case.
Any objections or concerns from the other parties? Hearing none, all the exhibits on Hearing Exhibit 2300 are admitted. Let's jump to witness excusal. I have a whole bunch of names, Mr. Fiedler and Mr. Turner from staff. I'm told Commission Counsel does not have questions for them. Commissioner Gilman, any questions for those two witnesses?
None.
Commissioner Plant?
No, I do not.
Mr. Fiedler and Mr. Turner may be excused. How about for Ms. White from COSA or Mr. Lucas from ACE? Commissioner Gelman?
I do not.
Commissioner Plant?
I do not.
Those two witnesses are excused. I do have some, Ms. Kutzer.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I had 15 minutes reserved by the company for Ms. White. Can I confirm that is no longer the case with Mr. Larson before she's excused?
Mr. Larson, did I get that wrong?
You did not.
Does that give you what you need, Ms.
It does.
Kutzer?
Sorry, I'm behind already.
There's so much going on. It's tough to stay in front of it. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Turner from AEU, but he does not have to listen to the whole hearing. My questions are standalone and will only be 5 or 10 minutes. and are related solely to his rebuttal, to his answer testimony. So if we could not excuse Mr. Brian Turner, that'd be great. For Mr. Burgess, Mr. Althouse, Mr. Gilbert, Commissioner Gilman, questions for those three witnesses?
Burgess, no. Who else do you have?
Althouse and Gilbert.
No Allhouse, no Gilbert.
Okay, Commissioner Plant?
No, I don't.
Perfect. Anderson, Brin, Strauss, or Ehrlich? Commissioner Gilman?
I'm still keeping up. Say again, Anderson.
From Sun, Brin from Sweep NRDC, or Strauss from NRDC?
Sorry, I'm just not seeing Brant on my list, but no, I do not.
Right, Commissioner Plant?
I do not.
Those witnesses may be excused. I think we had, we were tentative on two ACE witnesses, Beach and Weaver. Commissioner Gilman?
I'm looking. I am not prepared to let go of Beach right now, but I can update you as we move through the week.
And how about Weaver?
Weaver, I didn't have anything, but my notes said Commissioner Plant did.
Commissioner Plant? Beach and Weaver?
No, I would waive my questions for Miss Weaver.
Ms. Weaver may be excused. Mr. Fugetta from Denver, Commissioner Gilman?
I'm not prepared to waive Fugetta at this point.
How about Mr. Murray from Tesla? From Mission Data.
Also, I would retain Murray for now.
And how about Mr. Alatorre from Sweep NRDC?
Alatorre, I would also keep.
And how about Ms. Kapeloff from WRA?
I would also keep.
All right. Just let me make meds. All right. I think that concludes the witness excusal. Any changes from the parties? Ms. Mandel?
Yes, Chairman Blank, I was wondering if Mr. Ehrlich would be excused because there's no cross reserved for him. I think he just wasn't brought up by you during this list of witnesses for excusal. Thank you.
I think we did excuse him. Oh, he's on my list to excuse. Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Ehrlich from Tesla?
No, I have nothing. I wonder if maybe he was excused on Thursday or something, but I don't have any.
I don't have anything either.
Mr. Ehrlich can be excused. Ms. Judkins?
Good morning, Advanced Energy United. Will waive cross of Mr. Eiley.
Thank you. Ms. Stockmeyer?
Thank you, Chair. Boulder had a few changes to its the cross times that it had reserved. It had originally reserved 110 minutes with company witnesses, and wishes at this point to move some of that around between company witnesses. We will of course endeavor to cut it down in total as we go through, but right now we would be looking to waive Jack Eiley. We'd be looking to add 20 minutes to Zach Pollock. And before I go any further, I will say that I did confer with the company on this and they did not oppose. We would change our time for Brenda McDermott from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. For David Mino from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. No change to Miss Kelly Block, and we would add 20 minutes for Jason Piquet.
All right. Gotcha.
Thank you. And Chair, I don't know if now is the appropriate time, but we also have a testimony that was filed but didn't make it onto hearing exhibit 2300 for settlement testimony in support of the some of the settlements that were filed. I can come back to that if you prefer.
Yeah, let's not do. So if you could work with Ms. Dundas. So anybody whose settlement testimony is not on hearing exhibit 2300, if you could work with Ms. Dundas to get a comprehensive list of everything, and then let's do all that, maybe before we break for lunch or when we come back at 3 or 3:15, and just do everything together, if that
okay,
would work.
thank you.
Mr. Rushoff.
Good morning. CEC is going to waive our reserve costs of company witness Robert Kinney. And I also had another request, Chair Blank. CEC doesn't take a position on a number of the issues in this hearing, and I was going to ask that we be excused from portions of the hearing that are not relevant to our client's interests, understanding that we waive all rights to object in whatever may occur while we're not in the room.
With that understanding of course, I understand lawyer time is not free. So
okay, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, of course. Other modifications to cross-examination or the witness list. Mr. Larson, did you have something else?
I do not, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of any other modifications to the cross matrix based on conversations we've had with the parties.
All right. Any other preliminary matters before we call our first witness? And again, I just remind parties we'll begin the week working through the order of witnesses on the exhibit matrix. But we'll call the witnesses who filed the settlement testimony on the virtual power plants beginning on Thursday morning. So that may require some adjustment. With that, any other preliminary matters before we jump into it?
No further preliminary matters from public service.
Anyone else? I guess our pre-hearing conference is keeping us moving. Mr. Kenny, are you out there?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear and see you. Can you hold up your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do indeed, yes.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Back to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kenny.
Good morning, Mr. Larson.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Robert Kenney, R-O-B-E-R-T K-E-N-N-E-Y.
And what is your role at the company?
I have the privilege of serving as the president of Piesco.
And do you have before you what's been marked as hearing exhibit 120, which is your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And with that, having already been admitted into evidence, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kenny is available for cross-examination.
I have 30 minutes from trial staff, and it's 9:20. Mr. Ross, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kinney. My name is Ross Smith. I don't believe we've met before, but it's very nice to meet you. I'm sure you caught it, but for the record, I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff in this proceeding. I certainly don't anticipate taking my full allotment of time. I realize now I'm the only witness that's scheduled to cross you, so I will try to keep this as succinct as possible, but I appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start this morning by asking you a bit about, just in general, your filing of rebuttal testimony in this case. You've been president of a public service company for a little over 3 years, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is it fair to say, typically, you do not file testimony on behalf of the company in PUC proceedings?
That's correct.
And in 3 years here, I believe, if I have this right, it looks like you've only filed rebuttal in one other instance. Do you recall that?
I don't remember it specifically, but that doesn't sound incorrect. That sounds correct.
Not a problem at all. We actually have it in staff's box as hearing exhibit 510. If we could go ahead and pull that up, that would be great. And while this is coming up, I'll tell you this is from proceeding 22A-0046G. Yeah, this is the gas rate case. So here on page 5, lines 11 through 18, it states that you state that you're adopting the testimony, Ms. Brooke Trammell, and I'll wait for us to get there. And it states that you took a witness role in that proceeding as part of the transition of the company's leadership and consistent with the importance of the gas rate case. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
And you also state on page 6 at lines 15 through 19 that public service, and I'll quote you here, is the party to that case with the most direct obligation and responsibility to balance all of the issues, interests, and challenges facing the company and the natural gas delivery system, which I realize is different than here, and our customers and stakeholders at any given time. Have I captured that correctly?
Yes, you have.
So according to this, the company has a responsibility to balance all of these issues, these interests and challenges of the different interests at any given time. Is that right?
That's fair, yes.
And would you agree with me that one of those interests or issues for ratepayers would likely be affordability?
Yes, the interest of our customers and affordability is one of the things that we do balance, yes.
Sure. But other than this, your participation for the commission has otherwise consisted, I believe there's a letter that was filed accompanying this DSP application, and then letters submitted to the commission in the company's electric rate case in November 22, and then a letter to the commission in the wildfire mitigation plan. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I do not. That sounds right.
Okay. And we can go ahead and take this down. And I'm sorry, I do not know who the legal assistant is today. Who do we have?
It's me. It's Casey.
Hi, Casey. So, Mr. Kinney, again, it's fair to say your involvement in litigated proceedings before this commission has traditionally been a fairly limited capacity, hasn't it?
In terms of filing testimony and acting as a witness, yes.
Sure. And I know from your background, you worked as an attorney and you were a commissioner in Missouri. Is that right?
Yes, among other things. I was an assistant AG too.
That's right. And by the way, I'm a Kansas law grad, so rock chalk, Jayhawk, just to give you a little bit there.
Easy.
And to be clear, in this proceeding, you're providing testimony as the president of Public Service Company and not in any other capacity, right?
That's correct.
And so you aren't providing a legal opinion in your testimony, correct?
I am not providing legal opinions. That's correct.
Okay, perfect. So I'd like to turn now to your rebuttal testimony, which again is hearing exhibit 120. And that's where I imagine we're going to be spending the rest of our time. So I'd like to start there on page 5 and on line 3, if we could. And I'll give us a second to go there. I don't want to go too fast here. And Casey, I'm not sure. I'm just seeing your desktop.
Sorry, it's giving me grief. Hang on.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'll give us a second here.
How's that?
That's perfect. And yeah, and there on line 3, you state, and again, I'll quote you here, state policy goals require public service to make significant investments in our electric grid. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so this sentence could be read to indicate the company is being, there's pressure from the legislature to make these investments. Do I have that right?
I don't know that I would call it pressure from the legislature. I would say that there are state policy goals that exist that require certain investments by the electric utility provider to be able to realize those state policy goals.
Absolutely. But it's also true, the company does expend a not insignificant amount of time, money, and resources in influencing legislative initiatives and advocating for various positions before the General Assembly, right?
Well, we spend time and resources advocating in front of policymakers, generally speaking, including the legislature.
Sure. And in fact, on the Exiles website, I took a look at it just trying to familiarize myself with your background. And your responsibilities there are described as leading the company's, quote, overall strategic direction and operations. And that's stated to include stakeholder engagement and regulatory and legislative outcomes. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yeah.
And that would include meeting with public officials, legislators, policymakers, et cetera, right?
Yes, it would include that.
Okay. So if we were to contextualize the statement that I started with, it would really be more accurate to state that state policy goals, which the company has at least some hand in influencing and crafting, are giving the company the opportunity to make significant investments in the state's electric grid, right?
That's fair. Yeah, it's giving us the opportunity to help realize our shared policy goals.
And the opportunity to invest approximately $1 billion a year would actually be quite profitable for the company over the long run, would it not?
I think our investment in the local grid would be profitable for the company and the state and our customers in terms of the benefit that it would inure to them by having a more robust grid that's able to realize policy goals.
And I appreciate that. And on page 7, let's go to page 7 of your rebuttal at lines 14 and 15, if we can, Ms. Casey. Ms. Federico, apologies. And on page 7, lines 14 and 15, you state that you are, quote, concerned about the certain intervener positions and particularly state interests in answer testimony. Have I read that correctly?
You have.
So is it my understanding that you, as the president of Public Service Company, a corporation, the largest regulated public utility in the state of Colorado, that you are uniquely concerned with defending the interests of the state of Colorado? Is that right?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I fully understood it.
Sure. And so from this, it sounds like you, as the president of Public Service Company, are uniquely concerned in this proceeding with defending the interests of the state of Colorado.
Well, I don't know if I'm uniquely concerned with it, but we want to make sure that we're fulfilling and giving due justice to the state's policy goals.
Absolutely. So I think we can agree, though, that the interests of the state are also the concern of many of the other interveners in this proceeding, can we not?
I don't know if I want to presume or speak on behalf of everybody else's interests in the case.
And that's fine. But for instance, my client, the trial staff of the Public Utilities Commission, the Utility Consumer Advocate, the Governor's Energy Office, each of these entities are staffed and represented by public servants who serve and represent and defend the interests of the state. Wouldn't you agree?
You said trial staff, UCA,
and
Energy Office.
Colorado Energy Office, that's right.
Yeah, I think you all are representing varying state interests. I don't know that you all have the exact same interests, but sure, I would agree with that.
Okay. But according to your testimony, these positions that these parties, in one way capacity or another, or other parties in this proceeding, As you put it, certain interveners are not supported by, I believe you state the letter or the spirit of the statute here. You also, or out of step with the legislation, or misaligned with furthering the state's economic growth. Those are all quotes from your testimony. Is that still your testimony that those parties are offering positions that are contrary to the state's interest?
Yes.
Okay. So then on that same page five of your rebuttal, if we can go back just a little bit, Ms. Federico, at lines 9 and 10, you indicate the purpose of your testimony is to, quote, describe the purpose and importance of Senate Bill 24-218. Have I read that correctly?
Yes, you have.
So in short, you describe the company's view that the purpose of 24-218 is, number one, facilitate proactive distribution planning, and two, facilitate timely investment and cost recovery. Have I recalled that correctly?
You have, yes.
And again, I'll just reiterate here, your testimony is as the president of the public service company, you're not offering a legal opinion, right?
I'm not offering a legal opinion, yes.
So when you describe the purpose of the testimony or the spirit of the law, you're providing this opinion as a representative of the company that you oversee, and that's not a legal interpretation of the statutory language, correct?
Well, I would say I'm not offering a legal opinion because I'm not licensed to practice law in the state of Colorado. I am sharing my interpretation of the plain language of the statute.
Okay. You do not, however, describe the purpose of the legislation to include affordability, neither increasing nor maintaining affordability, according to this testimony, right?
Well, not explicitly, no.
And in fact, if I were to tell you that the words affordable, affordably, or affordability do not appear in this testimony, do you have any reason to dispute that?
I don't.
And are you then aware that the words affordable and affordably do, however, appear, I believe, 23 times in Senate Bill 24-218, and I realize if you exclude affordable housing, it still appears 12 times. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I don't. No, I don't.
And so I'll ask you, Mr. Kenny, does the company consider maintaining affordability to be a purpose of Senate Bill 24-218?
Well, I would say that Senate Bill 24-218 has among its purposes proactive facilitation of distribution investments in the most strategically and affordable fashion. So I think all the words have to be read together, not singularly or in isolation. So I would say that yes, making strategic distribution investments in a proactive way, and that allows us to deploy capital most efficiently, is how I would read the affordability provision in the statute.
And does the company consider prioritizing affordability to be in the spirit of the law, at least as you discuss it in your testimony?
Yes.
So with that being the case, you would agree that the company should consider affordability as part of its compliance with the statutory framework.
I think we should consider affordability. I think where my testimony calls into question the inconsistencies in some of the intervener testimony is how we're viewing affordability and what affordable means in the context of 24-218.
And should developing an approach to maintaining affordability, should that be part of the company's strategy?
I think it is a part of the strategy as we put together the distribution budgets. We're putting together the budgets that we think are going to be most effective in facilitating state policy goals, creating a reliable and safe system, and doing it in the most cost-effective way possible.
Does the company consider increasing average residential rates by more than $10 a month by 2029 to be consistent with the company's understanding of affordability?
Well, I don't know if it's $10 a month by 2029, but let's just assume for the sake of the question that's accurate. I would say what we're maintaining is the safety, reliability, sustainability, capacity investment of the system in the most cost-effective way possible, and we always strive to do that.
Does the company consider an increase on the average of residential ratepayer bill by more than $10 a month by 2029 to be more in line with the spirit of the law and the petitions taken by, as you put it, certain interveners in this proceeding?
I think that that is more consistent with the spirit and the letter of 24-218 than is putting an arbitrary cap on cost recovery.
Okay. You also reference in your testimony load growth. You reference data centers, EV adoption, and heating, putting what you can call a downward pressure on rates. Am I recalling that correctly?
Yes.
And in fact, the company is anticipating data centers to contribute to this downward pressure significantly, correct?
It would form, so it would provide contribution to increase KWHs over which we would spread the revenue requirement. Yes.
And if is it fair to say there's almost a sense of because of this anticipated growth that the company should build it to help drive that growth. So it's sort of to use a Field of Dream reference. If you build it, they will come. Is that
I
fair?
might say they're building it, so I might say they're coming, so we need to build for it. I think that's, but your question is, which comes first,
Sure.
infrastructure to serve or the load? I think we already see the load showing up. We expect and anticipate that there will be more. I think the state's economic development goals contemplate that fact. So we want to meet it. We want to proactively invest to be able to serve it. So I think you can't necessarily delink the two.
Sure. So in simplified terms, the company adds generation transmission capacity with the expectation that the predicted load will be drawn by or materialize per those assessments and those predictions to that increased capacity. Is that correct?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
But there's another side to that if this anticipated load growth doesn't materialize, then it's really ratepayers that are left holding the proverbial bag. Isn't that right?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. This DSP covers a period 26, 27, and 28. We know that what's contemplated in the budget before the commission today is for those years, and we know that load is there. We have multiple electric resource plans. We will have another distribution system plan. We have other processes and procedures at the commission that should that load growth soften and not materialize, the commission will have multiple opportunities to be able, and we will have multiple opportunities to modify our capital plans as a result of that modified load forecast. So this isn't the only opportunity by which we will examine the load forecast and the accompanying infrastructure investments.
Sure. I can agree with that. I will ask though, the company, I think, isn't really necessarily at risk though in such a case, is it?
Well, I mean, our goal is to minimize risk for everybody, not just for the company, but we also have opportunities through the proceedings that I just described that will come into the future where we minimize the risk for customers as well.
Sure. Okay. And you're also aware though that data centers mostly do not actually pay distribution costs, are you not?
That's fair.
Meaning that whether or not transmission level load shows up really has little, if anything, to do with the cost and bill impacts at issue in this proceeding, right?
That's fair.
So with all this in mind, isn't it fair to
Uh-oh.
He froze.
Did we lose Mr. Smith, or is it just me?
I can't hear him. I thought it was me.
Okay, I think he's frozen.
Mr. Smith?
Hello?
I think you're back now.
Am I back? Okay, I could hear everyone here fine. It's apparently on my end. I apologize for that. I'm almost done, I promise. That's telling me it's my time. I'm sorry. I want to just go back real quick and make sure that we heard the last of this here. So with all of this in mind, isn't it fair to say that one could view the perspective of counting on load growth to mitigate rate and bill impacts as really more of a wager than a strategy?
No, I don't know that I would agree with that characterization.
You would.
I would not. No, I wouldn't call it a wager because that's not how we view it. So no, I would not agree with that characterization.
Okay, so you wouldn't agree that it's really more of a wager being made with ratepayer dollars, right?
I would not agree with that. No.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask you, can you tell me whether the company has conducted any analysis and provided on this record that illustrates I believe you described household impacts that might be reduced through the benefits of lowering costs?
Have we provided a rate analysis or a bill analysis of? Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, has the company conducted any analysis and provided it on this record that illustrates the household impacts that would be associated that are from supposed benefits that might come from things like lowering EV charging rates, reducing gas consumption, et cetera?
I know we have provided multiple permutations of various budgets based upon varying scenarios. So I do believe that's in the record someplace. I can't point to you whose testimony that's with, but
okay.
I think I answered your question.
Sure, I appreciate that. Mr. Kinney, I'm not going to take any more of your time this morning. I really appreciate you coming over here and starting first thing Monday morning. Seriously, thank you for sitting down with me. And I yield and have no further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Kenny?
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Plank, questions for Mr. Kenny?
I don't have any questions either. Thanks.
Mr. Kenny, I have a couple for you. I just want to start out chatting about the underlying statute, particularly on near-term cost recovery for 2024 and 2025. I can pull up the statute, but just let me read it and see if you can generally recall it. It says cost recovery must occur through the transmission cost adjustment clause or another existing adjustment clause subject to a 0.5% retail rate impact cap on an annualized basis for 2024 and a 1.25% retail rate impact on an annualized basis for 2025. Subject to later check, is that generally consistent with your understanding of the statute, and are you generally familiar with it?
I am, and I'm actually looking at it. I have a copy of it. I'll just share that with you. But yes, that is my understanding as well.
All right. And can we pull up Commission decision and proceeding number 24A-0547E? This is the TCA distribution advice letter filing. I think it's been marked as hearing exhibit 2301 in this case. And can we go to page 6, paragraph 16? And I think what it's going to show is that in terms of calculating the retail rate cap, the company estimates a total retail revenue requirement is $3.7 billion. Do you see that? It's in the first sentence.
I'm sorry, I put myself on mute. I'm sorry. Yes, no, I see that. Yes, that's correct.
All right. And do you see that if you multiply 1.25% by that 3.7 billion, it authorizes a revenue requirement up to the statutory cap of 46.2 million?
Yes, I see that.
And I've been going back and forth with advisors about this, but it seems like that supports maybe up to $600 million in additional capital spending. I'm just dividing the 46.2 million by your WACC 0.07, but I guess there's depreciation issues. Would you agree with me that this supports a significant capital spending on distribution of 2025, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million?
I'd agree with you that it's significant. I don't know that I just not calculating the number.
Fair enough. I struggled too. And I think the budget information, and I'll take this up with Mr. Eiley, but it sounds like the capital budget in 2024 for non-wildfire mitigation distribution capital spending was about 600 million. Would you have any reason, subject to later check, to disagree with that?
No, that sounds about right. I've looked.
So,
Yeah, that sounds.
So basically, the incremental near-term funding through this TCA distribution thing supports, it's basically a very large increase in the company's capacity to invest in distribution. Is that a fair characterization?
Oh, yes. It's and it is an increase.
All right. Can we turn to page 12, paragraph 33 of this order? And do you see it says it where we require the company to prioritize spending on distribution activities such as pre-ordering equipment, e.g. large transformers, energizing affordable housing, and resolving the most urgent bottlenecks. We seek to avoid future requests from public service for accelerated cost recovery for the type of expenditures that motivated the enactment of Senate Bill 24-218. Do you see that? And in your view, is the company following that order and using this funding to prioritize those activities?
So I see the paragraph, and yes, I believe that I believe we are prioritizing affordable housing, bottlenecks, et cetera. I do believe we're doing that. I would say my colleagues, Brenda McDermott, Dave Mino, would probably be able to provide a more particularized answer in that regard.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the commission has provided you with the resources needed to meet the 2025 priorities we identified in this order, and that any interconnection or energization problems in 2025 can't be fairly attributed to a lack of commission-approved distribution resources?
Well, I would say we have plans in place to resolve interconnection bottlenecks. And I don't know, Chairman Blank, I'm struggling to figure out how to answer the question because I'm not maybe sure that I understand the question itself. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, is it fair to say that this commission has provided you with the resources needed to meet these 2025 priorities, and that any interconnection or energization problems that arise in 2025 can't fairly be attributed to lack of commission-approved distribution resources?
So I would say that, so the first part of your question, yes, we've gotten the resources per this order that the commission gave us, and so we're deploying those resources. I can't tell you that every interconnection problem is therefore resolved, and as a result, I don't know that I'd be able to say to what it is or isn't attributable.
Fair enough, but we've done what we've been asked to. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. One last question. You can take this down. I'll talk more about this with Mr. Otley, but it seems like the company is forecasting sales growth of 8% a year through 2030, which may be much faster, 10, 20 times faster than historical growth rates. Given that this commission has struggled with these forecasts and the JTS preceding even the low load forecasts, any thoughts about being a little more cautious and waiting until we see actual sales and revenue growth before surging distribution investment? Any thoughts on guidance, sort of following up on the affordability questions Mr. Smith was asking you?
Yeah, it's similar to what my answer was to Mr. Smith. For this DSP budget period, it's 26, 27, and 28. We know that what we're proposing for 26, 27, and 28 is relative to needs today. The commission does have other proceedings that will come, like another DSP other electric resource planning processes that will allow you and us to make the appropriate adjustments depending upon what we see in load forecast. But for the purposes of this investment period that's in front of us and the budget that we've put in front of the commission for 26, 27, and 28, we think those needs are justified by what we think that investment is justified by the needs we see today.
I'll echo Mr. Smith and thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Kenny, and turn it back to Mr. Larson. Any redirect,
Thank you.
Mr. Larson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple of questions, Mr. Kenny. Can you talk a little bit about the customer opportunities that are facilitated by the investment, the proactive planning and the investments the company's proposing in this proceeding?
Yeah, we think that the investments that we will be making provide significant customer opportunities, maybe across several different purview or vectors. The economic development that we believe will be catalyzed by virtue of these investments in terms of new load that will show up, not just data center load. That's one benefit that we see as a customer opportunity. We also see the opportunity for customers that want to add, that want to electrify homes, that want to electrify their vehicles. This will facilitate those opportunities as well. The other investments that or the other load that we expect to show up, kind of like what I said earlier, would potentially allow more KWHs over which to spread a revenue requirement and thus helping all customers throughout the state. I think and then there's the indirect economic development benefits that will be realized by virtue of new load that's going to show up and other economic vitality that'll be catalyzed as a result.
Thank you. And if the investments the company has identified through its proactive planning exercise that underlie this case are not approved here, does that push some of them off into the future?
Yes, I would say that if we aren't authorized to move forward with that, we're always going to prioritize safety and reliability of the system. Let me just make sure that that's very clear. We will make sure that we're running a safe and reliable system. We would likely have to make different decisions about those things, those additional investments, whether the timing thereof. But yes, it would potentially slow our ability to make those additional investments.
And to the extent those investments are deferred out into the future, could they be more expensive at a future date?
They would potentially be more expensive at a future date. And I would also be concerned about the ability of the system to serve that new load in the timely fashion in which it expects to be served.
So it could be detrimental to economic development, but also pushing, as we think about making those investments at a future date at a higher cost, do you think that should be a consideration when the commission evaluates the notion of affordability in this proceeding?
Yeah, it's a very good point, Mr. Larson. Affordability today, but also the consequence of failing to act also has affordability consequences.
Nothing further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. You may be excused. Mr. Riley. You hold up your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Eiley.
Good morning, Mr. Larson.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jack Eiley. The last name is spelled I-H-L-E.
And what is your role at the company?
A regional vice president of planning and policy.
All right. And I'm going to...
with Piesco specifically, sorry.
Thank you. And I'm going to list off several documents here, see if you have them in front of you. In this proceeding, you filed direct testimony, supplemental direct testimony, and rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes, sorry, grabbing them from the floor, but I have them, yes.
And do you have those documents before you?
I do.
And if I asked you the same questions that are in those respective testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And was that testimony prepared, all three of those testimonies, were they prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
And those having already been admitted into evidence, Mr. Chair, Mr. Eiley is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Chung, I have 60 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Eiley. My name is Aileen Chong, and I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff in this proceeding. I don't believe that I've met you yet, so it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Good morning.
So I wanted to walk through a couple topics with you today, starting with SB 24218 and the GMAC cap that staff proposed.
Yes.
Mr. Eiley, you discuss SB 24218 at length in your direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony. So fair to assume that you've spent some time familiarizing yourself with SB 24218, correct?
I have. I don't recall it being in supplemental direct, but I will take your representation as true.
Okay.
Certainly in direct and rebuttal. Fully agree.
Great. So you are familiar with the provision of SB 24218, which provides that if the commission finds that the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance the goals of that section, the distribution activities are qualifying distribution activity recovery, and recovery must occur through the grid modernization adjustment clause, correct?
Can you display that on the screen?
Sure, and I can pull up, you referenced this in your rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit number 121.
Okay, thank you.
And we're looking at page 33, line 18. You summarized it nicely there when you say, if the commission finds that the projected distribution activities and corresponding budgets affordably and strategically benefit or advance these goals, that SB 24218 provides that recovery must occur through the GMAC.
Yes.
Great. And actually, we can keep this exhibit up. And if we can please turn to page 44. And I'm looking at lines 8 through 12, in which you state, Mr. Eiley, that staff's position on the $25 million GMAC revenue requirement cap lacks merit and statutory support, and that it is contrary to law and contrary to state energy policy. Am I reading that correctly?
You are.
Okay. And we can pull this down. Mr. Eiley, you understand at a high level that staff's position is based on the words affordable and strategic as they appear in SB 24218, correct?
Yes. I believe that's the rationale that staff heavily founded its position on. Yes.
Great. And I know were you listening to Mr. Kenny's testimony with Mr. Smith?
I was, yes.
So you're aware that SB 24218 uses the words affordable, affordably, or affordability 12 times in the bill, excluding references to affordable housing?
That does sound right. I have done a similar word search.
Great. And you'd agree that SB 24218 does not define affordability, correct?
I'm not 100% certain of that, honestly.
If we can please pull up hearing exhibit 121. This is your rebuttal again. We're looking at page 38, line 18 through 19, where you state, I also think imposing an owner's cap based on a single and undefined word in a statute while ignoring other contexts lacks merit. Would you agree with your testimony that it is undefined in the statute?
Yes, and thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, no problem.
As you pointed out, I have a lot of testimony, so I couldn't quite remember if that was defined in the bill or not, but yes.
Yeah. And happy to pull up anything that you need to refresh your memory, Mr. Eiley.
Thank you.
And Mr. Eiley, would you agree with me that one way for the commission to think about affordability is in terms of the rate or bill impacts associated with the level of spending?
It's one lens, yes.
And are you aware that it is staff's understanding that the lack of a statutory definition of affordable leaves the commission discretion to determine what is affordable?
I believe staff's testimony speaks for itself.
Mr. Early, do you think that the commission is capable of determining what is affordable?
I mean, interesting. Capable, hard to disagree with that. I think it's part of the mission of the PUC to consider costs and impacts on customers, certainly.
Great. Is it the company's position today that the commission should not consider rate or bill impacts associated with the level of spending in determining affordability?
That's not my position. I don't think it has anything to do with the establishment of a cap that staff constructed out of statute without any real backing in the statute to do so.
Is it the company's position that the commission has to approve whatever bill impact results from the company's proposed level of spending?
Not at all. I think the commission has purview over the budget that drives, that is implied by the plan or forecasted by the plan. Commission has purview over that. We have advanced a case with a set of investments and a budget associated with that, and we seek the cost recovery of that budget through the rider mechanism that Senate Bill 24-218 established, which in our view is quite comprehensive.
Thank you. And I want to talk about the company's understanding of affordability. If we could please turn to page 42. I'm looking at the first two lines in which you state that the statutorily directed inquiry on affordability is what we're talking about, is about the overall plan and the budgets, correct?
Yes.
So you're taking a more holistic perspective of affordability, correct?
As I believe the statute does.
Okay. And as part of that holistic perspective of affordability, wouldn't you agree that near-term rate and bill impact is a factor to consider in determining affordability?
Yes, and I don't believe that Mr. Hagelin provided any sort of analysis of what the rate and bill impact would be with more or less lag, which is the implication of his proposal.
Okay. So I want to talk about the other factors that you discuss that impact affordability. So if we go to page, we're on page 42, I'm looking at lines 10 through 11. You allege that staff's $25 million GMAC annual cap would negatively impact affordability due to the inflationary pressure of pushing investments off, correct?
Yeah, that's one concern we have with the potential effect of affordability of that cap. Yes.
And has the company analyzed or quantified this inflationary pressure and how it would impact affordability?
No, we have not. In the handful of weeks we have between answer and rebuttal, we did not provide an analysis of that, but we are concerned about that. And I would add that statute added sort of advanced purchasing authorities in 24-218, and the commission has also been looking at what I would call advanced purchase authorities and other proceedings as well. So I think there's recognition that inflationary pressures are a thing to be avoided, and if there's strategic purchasing and planning that can do so, then it's well worth looking at. And I think that's what 24-218 contemplated.
Okay. And moving down to line 13, you also allege that there are unquantifiable economic developments impacts from not building new capacity in a timely manner, correct?
Yes.
And as you state, these impacts are unquantifiable.
I don't know if they're impossible to quantify. It's not something we typically look at in these hearings. It's sort of a question of the kilowatt hour you didn't serve that a customer preferred to have served to them, whether it's through an interconnection that they didn't get in the time that they wanted it, if they have a new housing development. So they're challenging to quantify. It's probably unquantifiable here in this more limited context.
Okay. And that has unquantifiable, and it has not been quantified, in fact, in this proceeding or anywhere in this record, correct?
It has not. I think we've heard concerns from those exposed to the delays, such as the East Metro Area Business Coalition, who are concerned about the connections and the speed of service and the robustness of the distribution grid.
And the conclusion you draw based on these unquantifiable economic development impacts, or the impacts that you did not quantify in this proceeding, is that they, quote, and I'm looking at line 14, go to affordability as well, correct?
Yes, they would have an impact on affordability, potentially, or cost.
Okay. And that conclusion is it wasn't explained in detail how exactly it would go to affordability or how it would impact affordability in your testimony, correct?
It was not.
Okay. And we can pull this exhibit down. And Mr. Eiley, I know that you cited to Mr. Haglin's estimated monthly GMAC bill impacts under his $25 million annual revenue requirement cap. And if I
Yes.
represent to you today that that would be 0.76%, do you have any reason to dispute that right now?
No, I believe that was Mr. Haglin's testimony in a table also. I think he cited it in his text, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. And the company's forecasted GMAC investments will cause the average electric bill for residential customers to increase by 9% cumulatively by January of 2029, correct?
Yes, and that is a completely apples to broccoli comparison because ours is a holistic impact of all the expenditures. Mr. Haglin is suggesting that it goes through the GMAC, a very small portion goes to the GMAC, the rest is recovered on lag. And so that the implication of that question rests upon ignoring the costs that we propose to invest that in Mr. Haglin's framework would not be recovered in the GMAC.
So I want to focus a little bit on that 9% bill increase. You talked a little bit about the holistic position that the company takes in terms of affordability. Is it the company's position that avoiding inflationary pressure and the unquantifiable economic development impacts will outweigh a 9% bill increase for the average residential ratepayer?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about the other factors that the company is considering in terms of affordability, talked about inflationary pressure, as well as the unquantifiable economic development impacts. So as you're looking at all of these factors that go into affordability, is it the company's position that avoiding that inflationary pressure and the unquantifiable economic development impacts will outweigh a 9% bill increase for the average residential ratepayer as you're considering affordability?
I don't accept the premise of the question. I can elaborate.
Sure.
It's that 9% impact is related to the cost of the investments. And we are saying that the much more limited rider recovery that arises from Mr. Haglin's proposal, staff's proposal, creates a hindering factor that allows that would hinder us from doing the proactive planning, the timely investment that we need to do to provide those values that you've mentioned, the avoidance of inflationary pressure and the avoidance of slow service and the cost that implies and is hard to quantify, as we've discussed. So it's our position that the cap that staff has proposed puts us in a position that we cannot capture those values. And we do think those values could easily overwhelm the cost, in Mr. Haglin's telling, of a current cost recovery mechanism that statute clearly spells out the possibility for.
So is it your position that the company would not invest in distribution if there is a cap, as Mr. Haglund suggests?
We're strongly hoping that we're not having to be put into that position. We will first invest in safety and reliability as appropriate. But the reason that 24-218 was brought forward by the Colorado General Assembly was to create a more proactive planning environment, a more timely investment environment, and that accompanies a current cost recovery environment. So I don't know what we would do. It'd be difficult to speculate, but we believe that that's not following the law.
So isn't the company under an obligation to serve regardless of whether there is a cap on the GMAC or not?
Yes, and as I said, we would seek to reliably and safely serve the customer. It's a question of how much we'd be allowed to proactively invest, which we're strongly voicing that we need to do. We need to get ahead of this. We need to stop playing from behind. That's what I think 24-218 establishes, is that environment. And our position is that we need the current cost recovery to do the proactive planning, to do the timely investment. And the fourth element that we talked about there is the people. We proposed about 117 additions of staff. That's a very difficult thing to contemplate doing and loading our costs up with that without having a mechanism that allows us to do it with less lag.
Okay. Mr. Eiley, you'd agree that income qualified customers tend to spend a larger proportional share of their income on energy bills, correct?
I would.
And as a whole, the company views this 9% increase on that residential customers will see on their bills as affordable as a whole, because overall, the company's near-term investment would avoid inflationary pressure and unquantifiable economic development impacts and progress towards policy goals, like you explained, correct?
Yes, and it's meant to enable things like electric vehicle adoption, which can create significant reductions in household energy budgets if you look at it more holistically. So yes, I would agree with your statement and augment it slightly.
Mr. Eiley, in rebuttal, you also state that, and we can actually pull this up, hearing exhibit 121, and I'm looking at page 42. Thank you. And we're looking at page 7 through, line 7 through 13. Mr. Eiley, you state that a $25 million cap, as staff suggests the company underinvests in what the system needs and implicates the inflationary pressure of pushing investments off. This revenue requirement would support only a small fraction of what the company has analyzed and brought forth as needed distribution investment. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the company has been making investments in its distribution system even before the existence of a GMAC-like rider?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the company has been making investments in its distribution system even before the existence of a GMAC-like rider?
Yes, I would.
Is it the company's position that it has underinvested in their system because there was no GMAC-like rider recovery of distribution system costs?
I think it's our position that when we foresee the many different dynamics driving a greater usage of the distribution grid, that's increased sales and just sheer population growth, sheer customer growth in the state, moving to EVs, moving to electrification of heating, accommodating solar, which pushes generation back to the grid, localized storage, all these things are growing. It's creating a lot of different pushes and pulls on the distribution grid. And to meet that challenge in terms of investment, we believe that the 4 planks of proactive planning, timely investment, which is really building the infrastructure. That's what we're talking about here, is building infrastructure. Adding people and concurrent cost recovery go together.
And to close the loop on this conversation and what we kind of spoke about earlier, you would agree with me, as you stated, that the company has an obligation to provide safe and reliable service regardless of the recovery method approved, correct?
Yes.
And this obligation existed before SB 24-218 was enacted?
I would.
Okay. And we can take this exhibit down, please. So, safe to say, at a high level, Mr. Eiley, you take issue with staff's recommendation for cost recovery, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing preventing the company from seeking recovery of distribution investments in a rate case, correct?
No, we'd recover it on a lag in that case.
Okay. So nothing preventing the company from filing a rate case even this year or next year, correct?
I wouldn't say nothing. I would say that rate cases are always a serious consideration. They create burdens on the company. They create burdens on the Public Utilities Commission. They create a lot of scrutiny and media attention on rate increases. So it's hardly a simple thing to advance a rate case and decide to do so.
But you are free to do so, correct?
We're free to examine and undertake all those challenges, yes.
And you state that you respect staff's desire to protect the customer. but that there are other components of public interest, including the financial health of the utility, correct?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about the financial health of the company. Just last month, the company filed its second quarter 2025 earnings report. Can we please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit number 544, and this is in our box. Thank you. And starting on the first page here, 3 lines down after the bullet points, we see that the company reports 2025 second quarter earnings of $444 million or 75 cents per share, compared with $302 million or 54 cents per share in the same period in 2024, correct?
Yes, this is a whole Xcel Energy set of statistics. So across all the 8 states we serve.
Great. So let's look at Piesco specifically then. So let's go to page 5. So looking at the line that indicates Piesco on that table, isn't it true that for Piesco specifically, earnings per share increased by 5 cents per share for the second quarter of 2025 and 0.1 cents per share year to date?
The 5 cents, I'll go with you. I'm just trying to clarify. And the year to date is the 6 month statistics that you're looking at?
Yes. And it's on the line right before the table as well.
Yeah, I think it's 10 cents per share year to date.
10 cents, sorry.
Yep.
And
Ms. Chong, I'm sorry if I might interject. I don't think that we've laid a foundation for this. I don't know if you're attempting to move this into evidence, but before we get into questioning of this document, I would object based on foundation as to where it sits right now.
Ms. Chong, I'm going to sustain that objection. If you could just give us a little more background about this exhibit and what's going on here, I think that would be helpful in laying a better foundation.
Sure. If we can scroll up to page 1.
Thank you.
Mr. Eiley, you see that this states that it's an Xcel Energy second quarter 2025 earnings report.
Yes.
Dated July 31st, 2025.
Yes.
And this is a company document that Xcel puts forth on behalf of its shareholders every quarter, correct?
Yes.
And Xcel routinely makes these earnings reports, correct?
I believe we're required to, yes.
So this is, and you're familiar with these earnings reports as well?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, at this time, staff would move for the admission of what's been pre-marked as staff's hearing exhibit number 544 into evidence.
Mr. Larson?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you. Going back to page 5. Thank you. On that line below the table, would you agree with me that it states that Piesco's increased earnings per share was driven by higher recovery of electric and natural gas infrastructure investments?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could please move on to page 10.
And I would say that recovery could be due to sales because sales is one of the ways that you recover costs.
Okay. So I want to look at that top table, which is the credit ratings and long-term outlook assigned to Xcel Energy and its subsidiaries. So looking at the Piesco line specifically, we see that Moody's rated Piesco at an A1 and stable with a stable outlook.
Yes, and S&P related it A with a negative outlook.
Yep, I was going to get to that one. You got to it before me. And then Fitch rated it A+ with a stable outlook, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say that in general, Piesco maintains a high level credit rating from 3 separate rating agencies.
It's fairly strong. I see reservations here. I would further add that consistently in our earnings releases over the last year or two, Piesco has had the lowest lowest realized return on equity. And it has been a topic of focus in earnings calls, which are public. Our analysts do ask those questions about Piesco specifically.
And we can pull this exhibit down. And Mr. Riley, as you've testified before, the company has been making investments in its distribution system even before the existence of a GMAC-like rider, correct?
That's true. I think we're seeing the magnitude here, and it's right. It's plain in the face on the budget that we're looking at. We're seeing an enhanced level of budget spending that we believe is required, and so that's where things become different than history.
And timing-wise, this report that we just looked at shows earnings from before the company ever recovered costs through the GMAC rider, specifically, correct?
Through the GMAC, correct. The let's call it the additions to the TCAD that 24-218 put into place may have had some effect on that 2025 earnings, I believe. Mr. Piquet might be able to answer that with more authoritative.
But the GMAC specifically had not been.
Yeah, I agree with you. The GMAC specifically doesn't exist, therefore it didn't affect those earnings. I'm saying in the context, 24-218 did create an opportunity to move some of those costs into the TCAD, and that should be in effect in 2025.
Okay.
But I agree with your specific statement.
Great. So it's fair to say that the company has been able to maintain its financial health without the existence of a GMAC rider, correct?
Under the current levels of spending for distribution, I would say it's been able to maintain it, but you saw that negative reading from one of the bond rating agencies, and that creates concerns for us.
I want to move on to a different topic, Mr. Eiley, about the passage of SB 24-218. You commented in your rebuttal testimony that you were surprised by CEO's position and testimony given their involvement in the passage of SB 24-218, correct?
I was a bit,
okay.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were also involved in the passage of SB 24-218?
Yeah, I believe I testified on the bill at a Senate hearing. Yes.
Okay. Did you track the hours you spent reviewing SB 24-218?
I don't believe that I did specifically. We have estimates on that.
Did you track the time that you spent at the legislature discussing the bill?
No.
Did you track the time that you spent testifying in favor of the bill?
They're usually granted in 3-minute increments when I testify.
Approximately how much time would you estimate you spent working on the passage of SB 24-218?
Oh, let's see, that's 2024. I was brought in much more so near the end of its passage. There was probably about 4 weeks I was fairly involved in it, probably half the time.
Okay. And the time you spent.
My time.
I apologize. What did you say? I didn't hear that.
I was saying about half of my time, so about 50% of 4 weeks, so maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. And the time you spent getting this bill passed was ultimately paid for by the company's ratepayers, correct?
No, I believe that we reduced the, well, I know for a fact we reduced lobbying expenses. Those are not recovered by ratepayers. And I think there's some accounting that reflects how that is handled through my time as well.
Would you consider your activity advocating for the passage of 24-218 as lobbying?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes. Would you characterize the work that you spent in helping getting SB 24-218 passed as lobbying?
I honestly don't know. I mean, lobbying has varying definitions, and I've very seldom talked directly to legislatures outside of actual hearings. Sometimes I'm brought into meetings internally to discuss how mechanisms that are proposed would affect the company and what are the mechanisms that we prefer and why. those sorts of discussions. So I think it's a gray area.
And Mr. Eiley, according to the company's interpretation of the law, is it the company's position that the commission does not have the authority to cap the amount of revenue the company collects through the GMAC?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so is it the company's position that the commission does not have the authority to cap the amount of revenue the company collects through the GMAC?
No, I think the commission has the authority to approve budgets. I think the commission has the authority to approve a type 2 mechanism. The commission has the authority to approve the performance requirements under the type 2 mechanism. But I think the statute is strongly directive of a very comprehensive rider recovery through the GMAC of our distribution investments, our distribution activities, I should say, statutory language, across both type 1 and type 2 activities. And I think staff's cap is very outside of the spirit and intent and letter of the statute.
I want to move on to a different topic that you talk about in your rebuttal about specific capacity project investments. You state in rebuttal, and I'm happy to pull this up, that intervener witnesses do not oppose in a material way any specific proposed capacity project investments. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a broad statement, and we thought about it, and that does seem to be true at a high level.
Okay. So I want to talk about how we could get to the specific proposed capacity project investments using the company's approach, just at a high level, to discuss that statement that you make. So the company provided several high-level load forecasts for its whole system, correct?
In this case?
Yes.
Can you direct me to where we did that? I don't know if that was in my testimony. It might be more in the technical testimonies of Ms. McDermott, Mr. Mino, et cetera. I think that's true, but maybe you can tell me what you're speaking about a little bit more.
Sure, we can, if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 101. This is your direct testimony. And I'm looking at page 41, lines 3 through 5, in which you state the company is providing a series of forecasts, the capacity check forecast, the base forecast, and propensity-based long-range planning forecast developed by a leading distribution planning consultant. So safe to say that the company provided these high-level load forecasts for its whole system?
Yes, and thank you for that. But there's also additional forecasts that occur through the Grid of the Future report. So there are differing forecasts here. So I just want to understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And if we could scroll down to page 43, line 3, the distribution system plan itself is built upon the base forecast, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the load tier tool then performs a spatial allocation of that load forecast, which means that it assigns that high level forecast down to individual assets on the distribution system, correct?
If I stated that, that's probably most of my knowledge about the load seer tool, and I would direct you to Mr. Mino for further details.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, just wanting to stay high level here.
Yeah.
And then those forecasted loads on distribution assets then trigger the need for a capacity upgrade project, correct?
Yes.
And generally, when the forecasted load on an asset exceeds 75% of the asset's rated capacity, that then triggers the need for an upgraded project, correct? For an upgrade project, excuse me.
Yes, my understanding that's the planning factor that we apply and seek to drive investments into that, improvements or capacity improvements into that area once we hit that threshold.
Okay, and we can pull this exhibit down. Mr. Eiley, parties such as staff do not have access to load seer, correct?
I am not 100% sure about that.
And I'll represent to you that staff does not have access to load seer, but subject to check if we can move on with that premise.
I don't know if that's due to it not being available or a budget issue or not having a technical staffing to work with it. I don't know. I just want to, I don't think we've blocked staff from accessing loads here, put it that way.
Okay. And the company has claimed in the past that the load seer tool is not amenable to running different scenarios with different assumptions, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to.
If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 546. This is from staff's box. This is the public service motion for partial variance from a commission decision in this proceeding. If we scroll down to paragraph 4, I'm sorry, I don't have the page number. Great. If you could take some time to read that, Mr. Eiley.
I'm sorry, I'm in paragraph 4, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So you'd agree that the company does not have the ability to readily revert back to or retrieve prior iterations of the load seer model?
Yes.
Objection, foundation, scope.
Can you repeat the question again, Ms. Chong?
Yeah, so I asked, you'd agree, Mr. Eiley, that the company does not have the ability to readily revert back to or retrieve prior iterations of the load seer model?
I would agree. We wrote this into the record and you have read that. I believe you asked me a somewhat different question before we brought this document up, but I could be mistaken.
Okay. And moving down to paragraph 9. If you could take a moment to read that, Mr. Eiley.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay. So the company states that due to the dynamic nature of the platform, LoadSeer does not allow the company to roll back to the exact assumptions utilized in the DSP filing, correct?
Same objection, foundation, scope.
I think that question's okay, Mr. Eiley, if you want to answer, or if it's beyond your knowledge, that's fine.
Yeah, this is my understanding of the representation of the team that operates LoadSeer, which Mr. Mino is closest to, I believe.
So we can pull this exhibit down, and I believe that it's already in the record, so I won't move to admit it here. But so Mr. Eiley, parties don't have an ability to assess how applying a threshold other than 75% would affect the modeled need for capacity projects, correct?
I don't know if they have no ability. That I think what we're saying is that LoadSeer is calibrated at a certain point in time, and the team's view is that it's very difficult or very time. I think it was just a sort of a time statement. It would take a lot of time to revert back to the previous calibration. Now, I think what you're just asserting is that staff has no ability to question that, or parties. I don't know that I know that's true. I mean, I've seen staff and other parties come in and run Encompass modeling in ERP proceedings. So staff and other I've seen 3 different parties run that modeling. So I don't know that staff or other parties have no ability to sort of question that particular factor.
Okay. So in this proceeding, the company has not assessed how applying a threshold other than 75% would affect the modeled need for capacity projects, correct? The company?
I would defer that question to Ms. McDermott or Mr. Mino.
Okay. So isn't the party's lack of opposition to specific proposed capacity investments a consequence of parties having no opportunity to explore alternatives to the company's modeled inputs as presented by the company?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I don't think I can answer that, Ms. Chong. When the parties had many months to process this case, many parties entered it, representing some very sophisticated players. If you look at like the AEU membership, I don't know that I can agree with you on that.
And staff has no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chung. Let's take a break till 10:40. Is that well, why don't we do 10:45 and then we'll come back and proceed with ACE. 10:45. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is ACE out there? I have 10 minutes and it's 10:45. Ms. Kutzer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Eiley. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Ms. Kutzer. Good. How are you?
I am doing well. So we know each other already. I'm Ellen Howard Kutzer, counsel for the Associations for Clean Energy, or ACE. Before we start our dance, I'd just like to acknowledge and thank the company for collaborating on the settlement of many issues in this case. It's pretty massive, so thank you in advance for that.
Thank you. Would you prefer to be referred to as Ms. Howard Kutzer? I'm happy to oblige. I won't.
Oh, you're fine. Either way is fine. Kutzer is just fine. Thanks, Mr. Eiley. Okay, just a couple of topics for you today from me. I'd like to talk about the company's plan for staffing. Now, in your rebuttal testimony, you discuss the statutory requirements for staffing and reiterate the company's request, which is for 117 FTE positions. Do you recall that portion of your testimony, or should we pull it up?
Conceptually, I recall it. Yes.
Okay, great. So keeping it high level, it's my understanding that based on the record, the company's staffing request remains consistent with your direct case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. I'd like to spend just a couple minutes looking at how that staff is allocated. Could we, Ms. Federico, please pull up what's been pre-marked as Hearing Exhibit 905 in acesbox.com folder?
And Ms. Kutzer, just for efficiency, Mr. Prakay carried the greater amount of detail on the staffing when you start to get into allocation.
Definitely understand. I think a few of the positions we're talking about are allocated to you, so I think you'll be poised to answer the questions.
And Ms. Kutzer, there is nothing in that folder. I'm double checking. I just wanted to make sure you didn't accidentally put it in a different party folder inadvertently. The folder is empty.
So I am looking at my folder right now, Casey. It's for these hearing numbers, and it's COSA, CS, CCSA. I don't know if it's because we were in with ACE originally.
Parties folder. You're missing the AEU on that one. That's okay. I can find it. That's why I was checking. It might be in the wrong one.
Okay, and just for the record, Casey, we are no longer in with AEU in this case. They split apart, so it's just us now.
Okay. So 906, did you say?
905. Thank you.
Sorry.
And the executable.
Executable. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. It's not letting me open. I've got to try one other way.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Sorry.
It's the file format. It doesn't like it. I think it's something with the redactions, but let me see if I can get it open another way.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. Appreciate it. Could you maybe blow it up just a little bit? It may be hard for folks to see.
Yes, just let me know if you need it.
Perfect.
Put it in a specific spot.
We won't be on this for very long, but thank you for your help. So, Mr. Eiley, turning back to our conversation, let me just represent that ACE supports the request for more staff, but has some questions about the proposed allocation. Generally speaking, how many electric linemen are included in the list of 117 employees? I didn't see that classification.
I don't know that we had that in the set of requests.
Okay. So if you were going to add electric linemen, that would be coming through other mechanisms?
If we were to, we didn't, as I understand it, and we'd have to scroll the sheet a little bit, but as I understand, if we didn't make the request, it would have to be made elsewhere or added.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So midway down in cell J20, it may be a little hard for Ms. Federico to see that, but it's about midway down the page and over there. Yep, just up a couple. Thanks, Casey. So here I see a position that's titled Regional Transmission Planner, RTO Manager. Mr. Riley, I'm struggling a little bit to see how a regional transmission planner has relevance to the company's distribution system plan. Can you explain?
Could we scroll up to the header of column C? I see the individual names listed and I wanted to see. So there's a testimony that's under Mr. Pollock's testimony. I grant you the fairness of your question. I'm a little not sure myself.
Okay, great. So I could take this up with Mr. Pollock and you'd expect he'd be able to answer this
I
question.
think that's what column C is denoting, the testimony reference.
Okay, fair enough. So taking it high level, Mr. Riley, would you agree that COSA in the past has pushed back on the company when we thought you did not have sufficient staff to process DER interconnection requests?
Yes.
So I want to spend a little time on your staffing plans for interconnection. So in row 42, so scrolling down, Ms. Federico, I see that there are 3 positions assigned to DER interconnection. Are you seeing that as well?
Yes.
And those do appear to be reporting to you, yes, up through the chain?
No, column C is a reference to my testimony. They would not.
I see.
Would not be reporting to me.
I see. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry
That's
for
okay.
misunderstanding.
And just to augment that, the CETS is our customer. Oh man, customer and emerging technologies. It's our customer solutions team who implements, operates our product portfolio, including some aspects of the interconnection of renewables. They don't do the technical parts, but more of the sort of upfront planning of that, or reception of that, I should say.
Okay, so that actually gets to my question. So are these positions going to be focused on both generation and load interconnection policies?
Yes, I think that's fair. Typically, we've called the load interconnection energization in the Senate Bill 24-218 context, but I think the interconnection specialists here could accommodate some degree of renewable as well as generation, as well as load interconnection.
Okay, and so that's 3 total of the 117 in the complete ask.
Yes.
And I think I heard you just testify that those positions would not be focused on the technical aspects of the interconnection process. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So the folks behind the scenes running the interconnection portal, those are not counted in this list of 117. Is that correct?
That I am not sure of. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. As I understand the technical interconnection process, you have several staff who run the back end of your interconnection portal who are actually interfacing with COSA members who have interconnection requests in the queue. And my question is, are those positions excluded from this ask of 117 positions?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just not sure and it's partially because of the titles. Sometimes the titles are not completely evocative of the sort of set of responsibilities. And trying to be helpful here, I think Mr. Pollock might be able to help a little bit more on that question, and possibly Ms. Chacon. Both have been pretty close to interconnection activity.
Great. I have time with both of them, so I'll circle back with them to get an answer. So then one last question here. On row 33, I see 2 positions for analysts, DER interconnection process communications. Do you see that?
Yes.
And same question, are these going to be focused both on load and generation interconnection communications?
I think I'd defer that question to Ms. Block.
Okay. And so let me ask you this. Do you have any knowledge of how those interconnection staff will be improving communication processes with customers seeking interconnection?
Not in detail. And again, like these extremely concise descriptions of both scope and title sometimes don't capture the full essence, and I'd be speculating, and I don't want to speculate incorrectly. So.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, let's move on from this topic, and Ms. Frederica, you could take this down. Thank you so much. Before I move on, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 905 with the caveat that working with Counsel for Public Service, I believe the document we prefer to have admitted is the PDF version rather than the Excel version to avoid having confidential information show up in the public record.
Mr. Larson, any objection?
Yeah, no objection. I would note for the record that we are in the process of making a small correction to attachment JJP 5, which I believe is underlying this exhibit, but I don't think it affects the content of what Ms. Kutzer is attempting to move into the record, and we don't have an objection to it.
Okay, so moved, consistent with that understanding. And Ms. Kutzer, given all the cross you scheduled, I'd appreciate it if you could start wrapping this up.
Yeah, I'll be wrapping up, Mr. Chair. We do expect to waive significant cross of later witnesses. If you can indulge me for an extra 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Happy to do that.
Great, thank you. So Mr. Eiley, closing out with just another line here on flexible interconnection. So do you recall on page 21 of your rebuttal, you have a section entitled Framing the Ask? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that in general, this portion of your testimony frames the ask of the company's forward-looking investment in the distribution system?
Yes.
Okay. So let me add this to the framing of your ask. Would you agree that it's important for the company and the commission to consider programs that can avoid poles and wires investments as they contemplate these forward-looking investments?
If it's appropriate and cost effective to do so, absolutely. I mean, in this, this case alone touches on VPPs, it touches on non-wires alternatives, it touches on targeted demand areas. Outside of that, we have a number of programs, everything from TOU to managed charging that all seek to try to optimize customer behaviors to hopefully avoid some of the investments, which we know there's large asks for investments.
Would you count? Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
I'm done. So yes.
Okay, great. Would you count among that list that flexible interconnection policies can, in some circumstances, help to avoid or serve as an alternative to system upgrades?
Yes, I think that's the intention of the concept.
And do you and I also agree that the company has not proposed a flexible interconnection tariff as part of its proposals in this distribution system plan?
I believe that's true. I believe your flexible interconnection witness is Ms. Chacon, but I'm pretty sure that's true. It was a quote unquote near-term activity in 218. That's under development.
Great. I'll talk about that with her. No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kutzer. I have 20 minutes for Mr. Althouse, but I don't think he's going to be here to make it. Mr. Althouse, are you there? All right. I'm going to review that.
Just so you know, Mr. Althouse emailed me that he had a medical issue and would be joining later when he was up to it. Just letting you know.
Okay. I think we're going to view this as a constructive waiver and just keep on going. CEC, I have 30 minutes for Mr. Eiley.
Hi, Chairman. We are prepared to waive that cross.
Thank you. CEO, I have 60 minutes of cross for Mr. Eiley.
I do hope not to use all of that time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Us too.
Sounds good. All right. Are you ready for me to start then, sir?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good morning, Mr. Eiley. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you, Ms. Colicchio.
For the record, my name is Jackie Colicchio, and I'm representing CEO on this cross. Mr. Eiley, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the GMAC. Is the company's position that the GMAC is the primary mechanism for cost recovery of distribution system investments?
Not that it is, but that it should and will be.
Understood. And referring to your rebuttal testimony, if we need to pull this up, happy to, so long as the investments qualify as the term distribution system activities or distribution activities is defined in the statute, correct?
I think certainly distribution activities qualify. I think there is discretion to include other elements into it as well.
Understood. I want to talk about type 2 distribution activities specifically. Is the company's position that all type 2 distribution activities may be collected through the GMAC, subject to the performance-based frameworks?
Yes.
And according to the company, type 2 distribution activities need not directly enable the company to meet the performance-based framework criteria, correct?
That is our position, yes. We also think that's statutorily proposed.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to cost recovery delays. Mr. Eiley, is it true that in your rebuttal, you state that CEO is prioritizing investments in disproportionately impacted communities over investments to meet state policy goals, and therefore limiting recovery for investments that are not within disproportionately impacted communities?
That felt like two questions. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure, and this might be a time to actually pull up your rebuttal, sir. If we can pull up, no problem. Here, Exhibit 121. It's going to be at page 17, excuse me, page 27. At lines 19 through 21. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Eiley, I was referring to these three lines here for CEO and staff to an extent. It is prioritizing investments in disproportionately impacted communities over investments to meet state policy goals and limiting recovery for investments that are not within disproportionately impacted communities. So is it true that after referring to these lines, it is the company's position that CEO is prioritizing those investments over others?
That is how we read CEO's testimony. Yes.
Understood. So you claim to be familiar with Ms. Durkee and Ms. Gagner's answer testimonies, correct?
More so Ms. Durkee's, yes.
Understood. I'd like to call your attention to Ms. Durkee's answer testimony. If we can pull up hearing exhibit 400.
Yeah, it's just going to take me a second to scroll there. So
totally fine. Thank you so much. If we can go to page 15. Thank you, lines 17 and 18. Mr. Eiley, if you can review those two lines of testimony, read them out loud if you'd like, related to 17 and 18.
I'm just kind of taking into context for a minute here.
That's totally fine, sir.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure I'm looking at the answer, but I'm looking at the question as well, and I'm not sure what first statutory pathway exactly refers to. Maybe that's in the previous answer.
That's not even going to be relevant at this point, sir. I think what we're calling it to do is CEO's position. At lines 17 and 18, in reviewing that portion, CEO is only proposing that the commission adopt its prioritization framework related to disproportionately impacted communities, quote, if the commission modifies the company's proposal, correct?
That's what is stated here.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This limited snippet of a, fairly lengthy testimony.
Understood. And CEO's proposal at those two lines does not limit the company's budget for investments to only the investments that are within disproportionately impacted communities, correct?
I don't think it did.
Okay. And CEO's proposal does not request the commission limit recovery to only the investments that are within disproportionately impacted communities. without modification to the budget, correct?
I don't know if I want to agree to that because I would say this was a complex piece of testimony that we were really trying to get to the heart of.
Mhm.
And it felt like there were some things that maybe weren't as clear about that. And maybe, I don't know if we have time scheduled for Mr. K on that, but maybe we could help clarify what we mean by that.
Understood. But looking at lines 17 and 18, the Spark Notes version of this, essentially, and understanding Ms. Durke's testimony is very long, in comparison to these two lines. By the plain language of these two lines, CEO is not proposing to prioritize investments in disproportionately impacted community over others.
In these
Unless,
two lines, I certainly read other parts of the testimony as doing so.
understood, and hopefully we can clarify that later. Thank you so much for bringing this up. I'm going to move on to undergrounding. Mr. Eiley, according to the company, there are 4 types of undergrounding: targeted undergrounding, community-directed undergrounding, mandates have the category of undergrounding, and new business, correct?
Yeah, it'd be great if you bring up the testimony on that.
Sure, happy to do that in a minute. Just want to move through this line, and in this line, very much so, should just be pretty clear. According to the company, targeted undergrounding and community-directed undergrounding are designated as type 1 activities, correct?
I believe so.
Thank you. And mandates and new business undergrounding are designated as type 2, according to the company, correct?
I subject to check. Yes, I think that's how we distinguished.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to one subcategory of type 1, community-directed undergrounding. And I want to turn to type 2 undergrounding investments as well. You also note the company groups certain undergrounding projects performed at the direction of communities under franchise agreements in the mandate category. Is that correct?
I thought you just asked me the opposite of that. Sorry, I'm confused right now.
No problem. Let me try and clarify that. So we're talking about type 2 investments at this point.
Okay.
We discussed that mandates and new business, according to your recollection, are type 2, correct?
Yes. Subject
Yes.
to check, and I would love to see the reference in the testimony soon.
Understood.
Can we
And
pull that up?
okay. But not all of these undergrounding projects can or will be designed to increase capacity and improve reliability and resilience.
I don't know that we agree with that.
Okay. The company does believe, though, that all costs.
Can we please pull up the testimony that you're referencing?
Sure. And Mr. Eiley, this might be actually better suited for Ms. Block. So I'm happy to move on from undergrounding at this point.
Okay. That was my second or third ask for that. So
Understood. I'm going to move on to IQ and disproportionately impacted community outreach and engagement.
Okay.
I want to turn again to your rebuttal testimony. So if we can pull up a hearing exhibit 121. This is going to start at page 73, line 15.
Thank you.
No problem. The company addresses CEO's inquiry about the total amount of funding that has been approved and allocated for IQ and DIC outreach efforts. Do you see that, Mr. Eiley?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that's what it says?
What is what it says? Sorry.
That you are responding to CEO's inquiry about the total amount of funding that has been approved and allocated for IQ and DIC outreach efforts.
I believe that's the intent of the Q&A, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to pull up from ceosbox.com hearing exhibit 404. Mr. Eiley, this is CEO Discovery Set 5, and if we can scroll to the bottom, I believe that you are the sponsor of this response, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And in response to CEO Discovery Set 5, we can look at question 2B. Thank you so much. You noted the following proceedings addressed IQ and DIC engagement. which are,
Sorry, can I read the question again? I did not get any chance.
no problem, sir. Sorry about that.
No problem.
And that was specifically
Yeah,
subpart.
no, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. So you noted the following proceedings addressed IQ and DIC engagement in your response.
Yeah.
Which include the 2022 to 2025 RES plan.
Yep.
The 2024 to 2026 transportation electrification plan.
Yes.
And the 2026 and 2027 currently pending RES plan, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arley, I think that there are several past RES plans and TEPs cited in that section of your testimony. You are familiar with the 2022 to 2025 RES plan, correct?
Yes, it's been a couple of years, but yes, since we litigated that.
Thank you, sir. And you were a witness in that proceeding, filing, among other things, settlement testimony and supplemental settlement testimony?
Yeah, that sounds, I'm pretty darn sure I filed settlement testimony. Yes.
Thank you. Can we pull up from CEOsBox.com hearing exhibit 405? And I'm sorry, before I forget, I'd like to move for admission into evidence for exhibit 404.
Mr. Larson, any objections?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Is it possible to pull exhibit 404 back up?
Ms. Federico?
Sorry, Ms. Federico.
Sorry.
Can you scroll down just above the response itself? No objection to the admission of this exhibit. I just want to note for the record that the company does have an objection to the subpart B that Ms. Colicchio was referencing, but no objection to the admission of the discovery response.
So admitted, subject to the written objection.
Thank you. So if we can move back to hearing exhibit 405, Ms. Federico, thank you so very much for working with me. Okay, Mr. Eiley, this document is the settlement for the 2022 to 2025 RES plan. It's actually decision C220678. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we look at paragraph 24, please? Thank you. Mr. Eiley, would you agree that paragraph 24 states that the settlement agreement includes 4.75 million in flexible budget to implement IQ and DIC programs, which can be used for outreach and engagement, education, and community-based organizations?
Yeah, I'm just taking in the whole paragraph.
Understood, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. And if we can look at paragraph 25 as well, which is directly below, it states that, would you agree that it states that 4.75 of that 4.75 million, $250,000 per year is to support workforce development, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
What I
you.
was trying to remember is the 4.75, is that for programming or more outreach? I think it's outreach and programming, I believe, memory serves.
Okay. If we can just quickly scroll to paragraph 59. Thank you. Almost there. Perfect. And Mr. Eiley, the commission approved the settlement agreement as indicated in paragraph 59.
Yes.
Thank you. So the IQ and DIC outreach, engagement, and education budget for the 2022 to 2025 RES plan that was approved in November 2022 is 4.75 million.
It mentioned programming. That's why I was just trying to remember if that was exclusive to outreach and education or had some programming elements as well. And I am distinguishing those.
Understood.
I can't quite remember. We certainly had a fair amount of programming related to IQ and DI in that plan, and I just don't remember what the 475 fully encompassed.
Understood, but looking at the plain language, we can agree that the 4.75 million was approved.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you.
There's a scope where I feel a little uncertain.
Understood, given that this proceeding was so long ago. I'd like for the commission to take administrative notice of this decision.
Mr. Larson,
No objection.
so noticed.
Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention now to the 2024 to 2026 TEP proceeding that you also referenced. Are you familiar with that proceeding, sir?
Yes.
And you are a witness in that proceeding, filing, among other things, settlement testimony?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Ms. Federico, can we pull up Exhibit 406 in CEOsBox.com folder? Thank you so much. And looking at this document, Mr. Riley, this is decision number C24-0223, the settlement agreement approval in part for proceeding number 23A-0242E, which is in fact the 2024 and 2026 TEP, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to look at paragraph 212 if we can.
Do you know what page that's on? It'll take me a while to scroll.
Ms. Federico, I'm terribly sorry. It looks like my notes cut off only at the paragraphs, and I will revise that in the future, but this should be quick. Thank you so much, Ms. Federico. Mr. Eiley, I'd like for you to take a look at paragraph 212, and after you get a chance to review it, would you agree that it states that the settlement proposes a 3.9 million total budget for IQ and DIC outreach and engagement?
I agree with the number, certainly. It's called community outreach and engagement. I'm sure there's a strong IQ-DI component to that. Again, it's sort of a scope question.
Sure. And turning to paragraph 215. Thank you again, Ms. Federico. The commission stated it approves the IQ-DIC outreach and engagement plan budget, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, could we move for administrative notice of this document as well?
Any objection, Mr. Larson?
No objection.
So noticed.
Thank you very much. Okay, last but certainly not least at this point, Ms. Federico, can we pull up hearing exhibit 407 from CEOsBox.com folder? Thank you so much. So, Mr. Eiley, this is again referring to the RES plan.
We are back to the 22 res plan.
Yes, correct.
Okay, the settlement agreement itself rather than a decision approving it?
Yes, this is the
thank
proposed comprehensive settlement agreement. Thank you, sir. If we could look at paragraph 60. Thank you. Mr. Eiley, we're going to be looking at paragraph 60 through 62 together. This paragraph requires inclusion of the TEP in the IQ and DIC engagement and outreach plan, specifically paragraph 60.
I'm seeing paragraph 60 referring to discovery.
My apologies, sir.
It looks like some process detail.
Understood. So let's move on from that particular document at this point. Thank you, Ms. Federico. I appreciate it. Mr. Eiley, you are also aware that the company has filed its 2026 to 2027 res plan, correct?
Yes.
And understanding that this application is currently pending before the commission, are you generally aware that the company has put forth an IQ and DIC outreach, education, and engagement budget request for consideration in that proceeding?
Generally, I couldn't tell you numbers, but yes, generally.
Subject to check, sir, would you agree that that is in the ballpark of about 2.2 million?
It'd be great to check, but that sounds about right. Yeah.
Understood. If you'd like to check, sir, we do have it in ceosbox.com folder. But
we can let it go.
Federico a break for a moment. Thank you. Now back to this DSP. Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 103?
Can you tell me what witness that is? Just so
Sure. I believe that's Mr. Pollock.
Thank you.
It's attachment ZDP 1, Rev 1 at 201.
Oh, so not the testimony. You want an attachment.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Federico. Thank you. If we go to page 201, Ms. Federico. Thank you, Mr. Eiley. You can look at this with me just for a moment. The company proposes stakeholder engagement and outreach budget in this chart as well, which includes an IQ and DIC focus of about 6.8 million.
Yes. And this is Mr. Pollock's. What is this? Is this the plan? I'm sorry, or is this his testimony? What am I looking at?
You are looking at the attachment to his testimony, sir, and I believe this is actually the plan.
Okay. Okay.
So to summarize, we've talked about IQ and DIC outreach, engagement, and education related budgets in multiple proceedings.
Fair.
Correct?
Yes.
And if we added up all of those budgets, subject to check, 4.75 million in the first res plan we discussed, 3.9 million in the TEP, 6.77 million in this DSP.
Yes.
We're at least in the ballpark of about $15 million.
That could be right. It's over several years now, and an increasing scope of engagements. So,
Understood.
I'll trust your addition.
Thank you. That could be dangerous, sir. Understanding the qualification that this is not exactly an apples to apples comparison, but if we are just trying to understand the total budget amount that has generally been allocated or proposed for IQ and DIC outreach, engagement, education, it would be around 15 million for all those proceedings, correct?
I mean, I'll let you add that in your statement of position.
Sure.
It sounds in the ballpark to me.
Finally, I'd like to just discuss budgeting for engagement with local, regional, and state government entities. Ms. Federico, if we can pull up hearing exhibit 403 one last time from ceosbox.com folder that's already been admitted.
Did you say 403? We haven't gotten to that one yet. We did 404 through 407.
My apologies. I believe it's still that same document that was the discovery, and it might have been 402.
So we didn't do 402 either. We've done 404 through 407.
404. My apologies. It's 404. Thank you. And we're looking at the same discovery response, Mr. Eiley. This part is actually 52E instead of 52B.
Okay.
Thank you. And we already acknowledged that you are the sponsor of this response.
Yes.
Thank you. And the company's response in 52E sub 2 states that the proposed $6.77 million stakeholder budget does not include a budget for engaging with local governments.
I'd like to read the question briefly, and then we can please scroll down.
Understood.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we can scroll down now. Thank you.
Federico, if we can go to 2E2.
Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Eiley, in that response, you state that the proposed budget does not include a budget for engaging with local governments. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a staff of area managers whose job is principally to engage with local governments across a variety of issues.
Understood. And given that the proposed 6.77 million budget also does not include a budget for engagement with regional and state governments, is that correct?
I believe that's correct. It wasn't intended to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Eiley. Is the company planning to expand its engagement with local, regional, and state entities trying to implement policy goals, such as affordable housing and electrification?
I don't know if we have plans to expand that. Again, we have probably on the order of about 8 professional staff dedicated to, it's called area management, but it's community affairs in a sort of pithy phrase. Community relationships. They have regional assignments, so it's the same people that are engaged with that. They report to one, my colleague, Holly Velasquez-Horvath, is the RVP. Actually, there's an intermediary, there's a director level supervisor of the area managers, and they report to my peer, Holly Velasquez-Horvath. So we have a pretty fully developed area management team that's been grappling with many issues for a long time, longer than I've been at the company, certainly.
Mr. Eiley, understanding that qualification that you just gave, does such engagement have a discrete budget line item in this DSP?
I don't think that it does. It's sort of built into the normal cost of business of the Piesco operating company.
Understood, Mr. Eiley. Thank you for that answer. I have no further questions for you today.
Thank you, Mrs. Colicchio. I have 20 minutes for sweep NRDC, and it's a little before 11:30. Mr. Hyatt.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, Mr. Eiley. For the record, my name is Michael Hyatt, and I'm going to be asking you questions on behalf of sweep and NRDC.
Good morning, Mr. Hyatt.
So I'd like to discuss just one discrete issue with you, which is how the company proposes to implement the performance-based framework in this DSP. Okay?
Yeah.
And let's start with the DSP statute. There's been several references to it this morning, but I don't think it's actually been pulled up. So if we could please pull up here in Exhibit 1405 from sweep and NRDC's box folder. All right, thank you. So Mr. Eiley, can you see in the first page here that this document is Senate Bill 24-218?
I do, and I can.
And if we could just go to the last page of this document now, please. Can you see, Mr. Eiley, this is the final signed version of this legislation?
Yes.
All right, so this is a DSP legislation from the 2024 legislative session, correct?
Yes.
And you've testified earlier this morning, you're familiar with this legislation, right? And this is the legislation that sets the framework for this DSP we're currently litigating, correct?
In many ways, yes.
Okay, so if we could please go to page 18 of this document now. If you could scroll to the bottom of it, can you see, Mr. Eiley, that in subsection E at the bottom of this page, this is a section that states that a utility's DSP must include a performance-based framework that consists of applicable interconnection timelines, applicable energization timelines, and flexible load and demand management targets. You see that?
It rolls over, but yes, that's where it's going. Rolls over to the next page.
And to be just clear here, for this current DSP, this performance-based framework requirement only applies to interconnection timelines, and those other two components are going to apply to future DSPs, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we could please scroll down now to page 23 of this document. Mr. Eiley, can you see that subsection 7 here includes the statute's cost recovery and GMAC provisions?
Yes.
And if we could scroll to the bottom of this page, please, subsection 7B3 here. going to ask you just one or two questions about that, Mr. Arley. So can you just review that section? And it goes to the next page too.
7B3 in particular.
7B, yeah, 7B3. Just let me know.
Roman capital Romans 3.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I've read that.
Okay. So doesn't this section state that the company can recover through the GMAC the cost of distribution activities that did not advance the statutory DSP goals if the company meets the criteria established in the performance-based framework that we just discussed?
I think that's a reasonable paraphrase, yes.
Thanks. All right, so let's take a step back here just for context. So the first step in this performance-based framework, the company must establish and the commission must approve a performance-based framework for interconnection timelines. Would you agree?
Yes.
And as a second step in this performance-based framework, if the company meets those performance-based standards for interconnection, then it can recover additional costs through the GMAC, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on this exhibit. Since we pulled it up as a hearing exhibit, I guess I will request that the commission take administrative notice of hearing exhibit 1405.
Mr. Larson,
No objection.
no notice.
Thank you. We could take down this exhibit now. Okay, so with that basic statutory structure in mind, let's talk now about how the company proposes to implement the performance-based framework in this DSP.
Okay.
So let's start with the first requirement that the company must include a performance-based framework in this DSP for interconnection. And isn't it the case that the company's proposal here is to base this performance-based framework on the existing interconnection timeframes that are currently codified in the commission's rules?
Yes, as extensively discussed, leading to that final rule. Yes.
The company is not proposing any other interconnection criteria in this DSP other than meeting the current interconnection timelines, correct?
That's correct. We fully plan on developing the other components that require additional data collection and other types of activities going into the second DSP. But we started with the words of the statute here on proposing this interconnection standard first.
And as far as the interconnection standard, the company is not proposing any performance-based framework that would reward the company in this DSP for interconnecting DERs more quickly than the timeframes and the existing rules, is it?
No, it used the existing rules as essentially sort of a threshold to meet.
Okay, that kind of goes to my next couple of questions, which is the second component, which allows a company to recover certain costs through the GMAC if it meets the performance-based framework. So the company's position here is that if it complies with existing interconnection requirements, it would recover through the GMAC 100% of the type 2 distribution expenses, correct?
Yes.
And if the company takes longer to interconnect DERs than the timelines in the commission's existing rules, the company would then recover proportionally less type 2 expenses through the GMAC. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if the company can collect 100% of type 2 costs through the GMAC, if it merely meets the existing interconnection timelines, there is no incentive in this DSP for the company to interconnect DERs more quickly than what's already required, is there?
There's nothing direct, but I think I'd take a little bit of exception to that statement. I mean, if you have a threshold, you're definitely trying to design to meet something faster than the threshold. You don't want to have zero margin for error in your performance. And my understanding, and I'd probably direct you to Mr. Pollock or Ms. Chacon, is that by and large, we've been beating those targets and performing fairly well against the existing rules. There can be exceptions, but I don't know if I agree with your premise that there's no incentive to do any better than the threshold. You definitely want to do that so that you have a margin, because things can happen. Unanticipated things can happen. Changes in law, lots of things. So.
Okay. And you've reviewed SWEEP NRDC's testimony on this issue at some point, right?
Yeah, at a high level, yes.
And do you just generally recall they recommend the company should have to exceed the existing interconnection timelines in order to recover 100% of the type 2 costs through the GMAC?
That was my understanding of their position on this, yes.
All right, so please pull up now here in Exhibit 121, which is Mr. Eiley's rebuttal testimony. If we could go to page 64, please. So, Mr. Eiley, do you see that in the 2 paragraphs here that begin on line 8? This is where you respond to SWEEP NRDC's recommendation and where you explain why you oppose it, correct?
Yeah, just rereading quickly here.
Yeah.
I think I can't remember your exact question, but I think I agree. I think it was just sort of establishing where we are.
Yes. So in the last paragraph on this page, beginning on line 17, you explain that a heightened standard to recover 100% of type 2 costs through the GMAC is not contemplated by the DSP statute. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So in the company's view then, when the General Assembly created this performance-based framework in the DSP statute, it contemplated that this would simply be a mechanism that mirrors already existing interconnection requirements.
Can you repeat the question? Just want to make sure I get your nuances.
Sure. So is it your view then that when the General Assembly created a performance-based framework for DSPs, it contemplated that this performance-based framework would be a mechanism that mirrors the already existing interconnection standards?
I don't know if it's exactly explicit on that. We propose this as an appropriate policy to move forward on implementing the bill.
And performance-based standards, those are it's not a new concept in Colorado in the DSP statute, is it?
No.
You're generally aware, aren't you, that the commission has approved performance-based standards for the company and other proceedings, as one example, performance incentive mechanisms and DSM plans. You're aware of that?
In DSM plans, I don't know if we always use that phrase, performance incentive mechanisms, but that there are incentives in DSM plans for performance, yes.
And just at a high level, are you aware that the existing performance incentive mechanisms, or PIMs, in the company's DSM plans encourage and incentivize a company to improve its performance on certain activities?
I don't know if I want to testify on that. I think they're designed to encourage strong performance, and in that case, that's implementation of DSM programs.
And that structure that existed, those PIMs and DSM plans, those existed when the General Assembly enacted this DSP statute in 2024, right?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. When the General Assembly enacted the DSP statute in 2024,
yes,
there were already existing performance incentive mechanisms in the company's DSM plans, for example.
Oh, yes, fully agree. For quite a while, I believe.
Okay, so given that background then, when the General Assembly enacted the performance-based framework in this context for DSPs last year in 2024, it's your position that it created a framework that would reward the company if it only achieves what's already required in existing rules?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Given the background context that PIMs existed in 2024, the General Assembly enacted the DSP statute in 2024, and when it enacted this performance-based framework for DSPs, it's your position that the General Assembly created a framework that would reward the company if it only achieves what is already required in other existing commission rules?
I think you're asking me what's in the minds of the legislatures at that time, and I'm not sure I want to opine on that one way or another.
Okay, fair enough. And that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Eiley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. I have Tesla next at 15 minutes, and it's 11:40.
Chairman Blank, Tesla will waive cross-examination of Mr. Eiley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel. Western Resource Advocates, I have 20 minutes and it's still 11:40.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Eiley. I thought we would be talking in the afternoon, but good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Barroso. I thought similarly, but here we are.
It's good to see you. We know each other. Thank you. And for the record, my name is Parks Barroso, representing WRA in this proceeding. Mr. Eiley, I'd like to talk with you about GMAC recovery, the differences between type 1 and type 2, and the company's proposed performance screens.
Great.
And so just to level set here at the start, type 1 distribution activities that receive GMAC recovery are not subject to any performance-based requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct. As I think we created the phrase type 1 in response to statute. So yes, that's our opinion and how we framed it in the case.
And so in order to qualify as type 1 under statute, a distribution activity and its corresponding budget must affordably and strategically benefit or advance state policy goals.
Yes, and there's a following phrase that has quite a lot of state policy goals to conjure.
You're correct. And we can pull up the statute if that's helpful, but I think we'll stay at a high level for now. And with counsel for staff, you had already spent some time discussing the affordability prong, so I will not be rehashing that. But I would like to turn to the second prong, strategic. And so at a high level, Mr. Eiley, how would you define what it means for a distribution investment or distribution activity to be strategic?
That is a great question. And it goes to what strategy means, which I actually looked up yesterday. There are a lot of definitions of that, but I take the general thrust of strategy to be planning a system for a longer term set of outcomes and planning for outcomes that are integrated with a broader scope of activity. I think strategy in this case could be defined by both of those two elements, both the somewhat longer term aspect to it and also the integration into a larger framework of related activity.
Thank you for that. And
I may have missed the original question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just, yeah, sorry. If you want to repeat the question, I'm sorry, please.
The question was your definition or understanding of strategic. And so I'm guessing by the fact that you were looking it up, it's because it's not defined in the statute.
I don't know that it is defined in the statute. And yes, I find a lot of uses of strategy in our industry, but I think it applies here to somewhat longer term timeframes, which we've planned ahead at least through the next 5 years with some projections beyond that. And then, how this integrates with other related activities.
And as one component of that, would one way to define or think about strategic be to think about it from a cost effectiveness perspective?
That can be part of it, yes.
And in your view, are there any quantitative metrics that could be applied to understand whether or not a particular activity is strategic?
To quantify whether it's strategic?
Correct.
I don't know. I think strategy might be one of these things where human beings' judgment is required. So, seeking to quantify what is strategic versus not, I'm not sure I've seen an analysis quite exactly like that. You could certainly attempt to quantify cost effectiveness, but I don't know if you can quantify strategy necessarily.
And so not trying to play word games with you here, Mr. Eiley, but if we agree that cost effectiveness is one component at least of whether an activity is strategic, and that is a thing that can be quantified, the cost effectiveness, would you agree that at least in part there are quantitative metrics that could apply to a broader consideration of whether something is strategic?
I think so. I think you can attempt to quantify elements of things that become part of what is a judgment on what is strategic.
And do you think generally it's helpful for the company and for this commission to have quantifiable metrics or quantifiable factors when considering company investments?
Can you be more specific?
I think staying at a high level here, you talked about the qualitative nature of strategy or strategic. We also just discussed that it has a quantitative dimension as well. Do you think there's a benefit to the commission and to the company to having some quantitative metrics?
As a general matter, yes, I think so. I think we've provided a lot of quantitative metrics in this case, but I don't know if I can opine on one specific one without a specific framing of what you're referring to.
That's fair enough. And we can move on now, Mr. Eiley, to the type 2 discussion. So if under the company's kind of characterization of type 1 and type 2 and under the statute, if an activity does not meet the two prongs of being both affordable and strategic, that investment is not necessarily foreclosed from GMAC recovery. Is that right?
I think it goes beyond affordable and strategic. I think if it's not meeting, again, this a fairly lengthy list of other sort of policy objectives that it's serving, I think it's up, as I read this, I think it's up to the commission to judge whether it's affordable and strategic. But if it's the way that we think about it is if it's not advancing certain policy goals, that renders it more applicable to the type 2 characterization.
Thank you. And so to rephrase, in other words, if the commission deems that it's not affordable and strategic or doesn't meet those policy objectives, an activity isn't eligible for the automatic GMAC recovery as type 1, but it could still be eligible for GMAC recovery as a type 2 activity.
Objection, compound.
You could rephrase.
Mr. Eiley, are investments that are not categorized as type 1 still eligible for GMAC recovery as type 2?
Yes, as delineated by the statute in a particular section.
Thank you. And you also discussed this with Mr. Hyatt, but Senate Bill 218 requires that those type 2 activities are subject to a performance-based framework that's approved by the commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And just jumping around here to avoid rehashing, but picking up where your discussion left off with Mr. Hyatt. Mr. Eiley, are you aware that in 2024, the company was on average 40 days early in processing interconnection applications?
I knew that we were, well, I don't know if I call them early, but I knew that we were, in most cases, on average, doing better than the standard that I'd call a threshold.
And so if the company's proposed performance-based framework had existed in 2024, the company would have been eligible to recover 100% of type 2 costs through the GMAC.
I believe that's true.
And we just went over this, but to confirm, Mr. Eiley, the company's proposed performance-based framework must be approved by the commission. Is that right?
Yes.
And as presented in this plan, does the performance-based framework include any elements that are directly related to reliability?
Not in this plan, no. It's addressed in QSP efforts or QSP proceedings, but not directly in this plan.
And is it the company's position that the commission has the authority to modify a proposed performance screen or performance-based framework?
Beyond what's proposed, for instance?
Sure.
It probably be hard for me to assert they have no ability to modify it. I think this is a first application of this particular performance screen. and the commission approves it. I think that's what the statute lays out.
Is it the company's position that the commission could direct the company to develop new or additional performance screens beyond those explicitly enumerated in statute?
Objection, legal conclusion.
Can you just repeat the question? I think it might be fine.
And sure, Mr. Chair, and not calling for Mr. Eiley's legal interpretation here, but I think as we've heard previously, he is quite familiar with the statute. And so as a policy matter, I'm asking, or the question was, could the commission direct the company to develop additional or new performance screens beyond those enumerated in statute?
I think our position is that the legislature directed the commission to consider and approve an interconnection-based performance standard in this first DSP, and then specifically delineated further performance standards, which would admittedly build a more comprehensive type of performance framework, but specifically directing them to do those in ensuing DSPs beyond this one. And I think beyond that, it does enter the realm of a legal interpretation about whether or not the commission could add additional performance screens. And I think our position is that it's appropriate to follow the directives of the statute here.
Thank you, Mr. Eiley. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Barroso. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Eiley?
Yes, hi, good morning, Mr. Eiley.
Good morning, Commissioner Gilman.
Not too many questions for you, but I just want to start off in forecast and really more of a procedural question for you than a technical one. The DSP forecast is to some large degree based on the JTS forecast, as I understand it, which is potentially subject to change in that proceeding. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
So I want to understand what, if any, updates or methods does the company plan to use to update the DSP forecast if there's any change to the JTS forecast and different proceedings upon which it's based?
Well, let me back up a little bit. I mean, I certainly agree the JTS forecast could change as a result of decisions, but it's also the truth that under the framework in that case, the framework of adding loads also exists in the JTS forecast. So you could go through the exercise of adjusting to the approved JTS forecast and then have to immediately turn around and adjust it back in another direction based on elements that could change in the JTS forecast as it moves through the second RFP and an incremental need pool process steps, not to go probably dangerously entering into JTS territory, but I think that's context that matters here.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You think any changes to the DSP forecast would have to be made here? There are no plans to transfer any changes from JTS here.
I don't know that I was saying that. I guess I was speculating into that scenario where I don't view the JTS outcome as a static outcome at a high level. I think the process that the JTS appears to be going toward, absent a written decision, encompasses change in potentially upward directions after a potentially downward change from the JTS initial sort of phase one and initial RFP load forecast. I may not be answering your question. I'm not trying to be difficult, but just trying to.
No, it's fine. Trying to understand
the dynamic of it.
Do you see any automatic interplay? Or the company is not planning on doing any automatic updates? It would just be based on what specifically is directed within the DSP proceeding, how the DSP forecast.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we'd want to be consistent with the intent of the JTS forecast, and then I am now becoming cautious that how the JTS forecast, which is sort of a higher level megawatt hour and megawatt sort of bulk system summed up forecast, how that translates down to the much more nodal DSP forecast. I may want to leave that to Mr. Mino principally. I think we'll certainly be, just thinking through your question in real time. The JTS forecast coming out of the written decision sometime this year, later this year, a couple of months or something, would be, yeah, I don't know. I think our intent would be to pick that up as appropriate. We always try to do that. How the mechanics of that would work, I'm not entirely sure. I could speculate on that right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to trick you or trap you. I just want to know what to expect. I mean, we have two moving forecasts going at the same time. And I want to understand what the company's plans might be if one of those gets updated. What happens here? Or
right. I mean, some of the process here, and I just, again, like it's a speed, it's sort of a speed of adjustment issue too. I mean, and when we supplied what was effect sort of a second round of supplemental direct testimony, and in the proceeding based on commission requests, part of that was the sort of mechanical challenge of updating the model in the way that was sought, and just the time that it requires to do that. And I'm literally thinking through in real time like how this could work. I don't know what we could do exactly toward like a November 1 advice letter filing, which builds the GMAC recovery in 2026. For instance, I don't know if we have enough time to adjust there, for instance, but over time, I think we do. And certainly our proposal, let me say this, our proposal for what I call the cadence or the sequence of filings is to bring another DSP in 2027. And I would certainly think that the current view on forecasts, both based on commission outcomes and other, programmatic and economic factors, would certainly go into the building of that analysis at that time.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I'm just trying to think through it as well.
I am as well, so it's fair. Like I don't begrudge you the question.
Changing topics, Mr. Neal criticized that the DSP plan doesn't include any indication as to the upstream transmission costs of increasing downstream capacity, like at substations. So I just want to understand if you agree with the general premise that to increase downstream capacity, there likely would be some implication upstream, likely to the transmission system.
Yes, I mean, substations are connecting high voltage transmission to lower voltage distribution. So as a premise, yes.
So I want to understand, how would we how would we ever see the connected transmission costs that are caused by that increase in downstream capacity? I understand they're not presented in this DSP, right?
Yeah. I may want to direct you to Ms. McDermott and Mr. Mino, who are developing the very specific investments and how they have that coordination with the transmission planning team. It's a question for our integrated system planning team, really, in terms of how that's done. As you know, we've had a fair amount of transmission discussion in the generation side of planning through the resource plan. That's not fully to anyone's satisfaction in terms of the level of detail as we're all sort of anticipating what the specific bids are. But I think that kind of dialogue that would be occurring between our distribution planning team and the transmission planning team, I may want to flag you to Ms. McDermott and Mr. Mino on that.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm happy to follow up with them. I'm certainly interested somewhat to what goes on internally there. But the reason I was asking you is I'm a little more interested externally in how does that ever present to the commission, like as a regulatory matter? Are those costs independent of how internally it's done? How does the commission ever get an idea when we're reviewing these distribution system plans as to kind of the wider ranging actual cost impact of these projects?
Right. I mean, I guess it feels like the question presumes that the transmission investments are due to the distribution investments. And really, we predominantly think about that as the transmission investments are driven by the generation investments. I'm not trying to
Both
say
of which are due to more capacity needs, more loads on the distribution system, largely, right? Unless you have transmission connected customers.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
So, and I mean, I believe the commission's also developing transmission planning rules, and this might be a fertile topic to kind of consider in that realm.
Okay.
And the 3627 is the current set of planning Rule 3627 process is the current process under which we express to the commission our transmission plans, in addition to what is coming through the ERP process. So I think that's one potential route for it, as well as the commission's upcoming rules on transmission planning.
Okay. Do you think Ms. McDermott, Mr. Mino?
I know, yes.
I always question if I have it right. I'm sorry. Mino are the right witnesses to help to clarify if there's any plans to bring forward those costs and any other regulatory filings?
I don't know if I can see that those costs are incremental or not, but I think they're the right people to kind of have that discussion with. Yes.
Okay. And are you able to confirm, or should I confirm with Ms. McDermott, that the transmission costs upstream are not included in this proceeding, just to make sure we're clear?
Yes, I think so.
You think they're not included?
I think Ms. McDermott would be the right person to confirm.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
No, that's fine. I just had a couple questions as a follow-up to your discussion with Ms. Chong previously this morning. You all had a discussion regarding tracking of your time spent lobbying for SB 24-218.
Yes.
And understanding there's some timing issues at play here with when the rate case that ordered such tracking occurred or concluded, and when you would have been lobbying on that bill. But I just wanted to understand more generally, brought up by that discussion, how you define and track your time spent on lobbying, just so I can understand your responses to her in relation to some of the commission's prior orders.
Yes, and I'm glad you asked, because that was a little bit of a surprise. We have specific tracking that we use in our regular. We have a timesheet system, and I track electric versus gas on that. We do have, as we're implementing, I know there's commission orders on this. There's also statute related to this, I believe. So we have been, 2023 statute, I'm pretty darn sure. We have been in the process of evolving the need to track that under statute and commission direction. And we basically have a kind of an interim solution, which is a little bit more spreadsheet based, to kind of track that apart from our regular time tracking system. So I was trying to remember that process, or I hadn't quite remembered it when she asked me that. So we have a separate parallel time tracking system that's meant to track the lobbying piece.
Okay. And I just wanted to confirm what all you're constituting as things you're tracking in your definition of lobbying.
It's based on the definitions in statute. And I don't know if there's, honestly, I'm not sure in the rate case if there was a further definition of what lobbying entails. You may be able to correct me on that. But I'm pretty sure there's a statutory definition, and we've had discussions with our legal department as to how to interpret that.
Yeah, I'm happy to help you out. In one of the RRR decisions, the commission directed the company to track in 3 separate bullets here any activities constituting lobbying pursuant to the company's preferred interpretation of the prohibited expense from SB 23-291. Any engagement in activities constituting through the solicitation of others communicating with a person that's in a position to make a policy decision in order to influence the outcome of a local, state, or federal legislation under SB 23-291. And the third, engagement in activities constituting other activities meant to influence the outcome of any local, state, or federal legislation, ordinance, resolution, or ballot measure under SB 23-291. So that's the language from the Triple R decision, the gas
Okay.
rate case from 2024. So I just wanted to better understand, are those the categories with which the company is interpreting and tracking any potential lobbying time spent?
In a word, yes. If I portrayed a different impression, it was because I believe Ms. Chong asked me a much more speculative sort of philosophical question about what lobbying is. But we're certainly aware. I've had discussions with the legal team, and we've had to roll that out into my regulatory team, which it principally affects probably me and one or two other people who might be more involved in the General Assembly activity. But yes, we're using the commission's language and also the statutory language to guide how we track that.
Okay. And understanding the bill addressing grid modernization on the distribution system occurred in the first half of 2024. Our outcome in the gas rate case occurred in the second half of 2024. But do you see working on a bill internally as part of one of those bullets or definitions?
I'd have to see the language. I'm sorry, you read it to me, but I don't. It may be. It may be.
Okay.
Let me say this. I certainly took the commission's direction as a fairly comprehensive reading that encouraged, that would count activity to develop a bill, those sort of, let's call them mid-office activities that aren't necessarily occurring down at the Capitol. So yes, I think we are tracking it that way or counting it that way.
Okay. And sorry, I wasn't planning on going all there. Now I know this is not a rate case, but I heard some conversation that piqued my interest. Just wanted to understand your interpretations. So getting now to GMAC a bit, I understand the company's position is that you're seeing a need for significantly more capital spending on distribution system activities than in the past. Is that an accurate description?
It is, and I think the statute goes in that direction as well in intent.
Okay. So as I understand it, one of the company's perceived benefits of the GMAC rider recovery would be to reduce regulatory lag from, potentially multiple years to basically none, given that it's a concurrent recovery mechanism. Is that accurate?
That would be the direct benefit to investors, basically, but we think there are a lot of other related benefits.
Okay. And then, as I understand, another potential benefit of the GMAC would be that it moves the company more to a forward-looking review. While I understand there's a prudency review on the back end, doing these fall evaluations of projects would likely result in more certainty that the investments that you're undertaking wouldn't receive a prudency challenge or other issues after the fact. Is that part of what you see as a benefit?
Yes, it's reducing the lag on the recovery and increasing the certainty on the recovery.
Okay. I also heard you mention today playing from behind, and I took that to mean that you're looking for more proactive building of system needs. Is that kind of an appropriate general interpretation of that concept?
Yes, I would certainly, our experts will back this up, but one of the really striking points that I've taken from this is I believe 21% of our feeders are currently loaded beyond 100%. So we feel like we're playing from behind right now on the distribution system.
Okay, and has that circumstance itself led to a slowing or an impact to the company's ability to serve customer needs?
It certainly can. Yes, if someone's seeking additional interconnection there to energize, electrify, build EV charging, it certainly can slow us down if that's the condition those distribution systems, that those elements are in.
I'm asking if it has.
I believe it has, yes.
Okay. And so it would be your general sense that implementation of the GMAC and the associated projects would be a crucial piece to kind of the company's ability to speed up those processes and that interconnection of those customers?
Yes.
Okay, thank Thanks. Those are my only questions, Chairman.
Commissioner Plant, you want to go?
Sure. I just I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Barely.
I just had a couple of quick questions for you. So with the asset health and reliability projects, those are not capacity projects officially. But when you're replacing assets like that, don't you sort of plan for the future in terms of capacity and increase capacity, either, you know, with newer technology, equipment that works more efficiently, you know, things like that, when you're doing those asset health and reliability replacements?
Yes, we do. Those are, you know, these investments and projects in general tend to have more than one factor that they're addressing, and it's hard to sort of perfectly block these things in these ways, but we have a budget category called asset health and reliability, and I believe Ms. Block has more extensive testimony that draws out that connection to how those do relate to improvements in the system and specific capacity increases as well.
So if I wanted to follow up with a question of how those changes might impact modeling capacity investments, that would be better taken up with Ms. Block.
I think that's yes.
Okay. So I have two questions. You've booted half of them already.
Sorry, but I think that's your better place.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and you've proposed, and you talked about this, I think, a little bit with Mr. Hyatt, but you've proposed in your answer and rebuttal a structure for performance checks and investments on the GMAC. And I think what you propose could be seen basically as collecting 100% upfront, doing a sort of post-fact performance check and clawback if there was an issue with performance or timing. Could you similarly collect, for example, 50% of the GMAC upfront and then the rest following the establishment of achieving a performance target? Basically put in place performance metrics, half upfront, half upon achievement.
Right. That's interesting. Our proposal puts the advice letter, which calibrates the ensuing year, and then you true up on the ensuing year, or actually you true up from the year prior. Honestly, I don't know. Mr. Piquet handles more the mechanics of that advice letter and true up process. And sorry to continue to dodge you, but I think he'll have a better depth of understanding, or maybe an ability to think through that.
Okay.
I think it's an interesting question.
All right. Thank you. Those were the only questions I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. I just had a few questions for you, Mr. Eiley. In your discussion with Ms. Chong over the GMAC, you mentioned that the company is planning on hiring over 100 new employees. Given that was a discussion on the GMAC, is the company planning on capitalize those costs and earning a return? Why would new employees be in a capital cost recovery mechanism? Shouldn't they be expensed? Is there something in the statute that pushes it that way?
There is a specific reference to operating and maintenance expenses in the statute, but I believe that they actually are, in many cases, they become probably not in all cases, they become capitalized over time as well.
And would it get you to the same place in terms of avoiding regulatory lag if we allowed current recovery of those costs either through the ECA or as an expense in the GMAC or some other mechanism? Is that consistent with the statute?
You'd prefer to, or just thinking through whether that should go through the ECA versus the GMAC?
Yeah, just expense. It just seems I'm just struggling to see why there needs to be a return on salary.
I'll have to apologize. I'm not entirely sure how those mechanics work accounting wise, and I think I'll defer that to Mr. Piquet.
Okay, I'll ask him. Can we pull out what has been marked as hearing exhibit 2304? And let me represent to you that this is a table prepared by advisors showing historical and projected distribution capital spending between 2021 and 2029. And I think it comes solely from the company's data. I don't think we changed anything in terms of the data. Subject to later check, would you accept that representation?
I believe so. I'm looking at, just take a quick check on my rebuttal where we did center on 26, 7, and 8. These numbers look pretty familiar though. So yes.
All right, thanks. And can you just help me understand what goes into the GMAC? Is it just the distribution capital investment amount over and above the historical amount of capital spending already in base rates? Or is it the whole incremental distribution capital amount? So like in 2027, would you put $1 billion into the GMAC? Or is it only the difference between the $1 billion in 2028 and what's in rates, which is the 509?
I'm sorry, where's the 509?
Just 2023, if that's the latest historical test year.
Oh, okay.
I'm just struggling to understand exactly how much is getting spent and how much is going in the GMAC. And how it orients the capital spending that's already in base rates.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, what happens to that billion? So you see the 1036, the little over $1 billion in 2027. Is the GMAC going to be $1 billion, or is there already some amount of capital spending that's supported in base rates?
I think both are true. There's capital spending in base rates. That's capital that's already been spent. The 1068 represents new investments proposed for 2028 under your approval of budgets that would be going into the GMAC either through the type 1 or type 2 mechanism.
So the GMAC would reflect that full $1 billion.
Yes.
Okay. And just following up on my question to Mr. Kenny, any thoughts if this commission were to limit the growth in GMAC cost recovery to somewhat lower year-over-year levels? It would be a little slower in advancing the state goals you mentioned, but maybe it might give us time to see what happens with load forecasting and help manage long-term rate impacts. So just any thoughts if this commission were to do that? So maybe growing from the 608 through the $1 billion, instead of growing at 150 or $200 million a year, growing it the capital spend more slowly. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think he probably provided you with the high level view, which we're going to maintain the safe, reliable, and affordable aspects of the system. But here we're dealing more with safety and reliability in terms of what the investments do. So we're going to do that, and I think you've already hinted at the implication of cutting the budget back somewhat, which is kind of what you're exploring. And it feels like it'd be sacrificing some of our ability to be proactive in these investments. As I mentioned, about 1/5 of our feeders are already overloaded. There's another 32% that are above the 75% sort of design threshold that we've sort of underscored in this case. So we feel like the time is now to make these investments. I do appreciate your concern on that, but for us to meet these new challenges, we believe this is the plan that we needed to advance.
Can we pull up here? You can take this down. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 112? It's a supplemental to direct testimony of Ms. McDermott at page 29. And I think this is the exact data you were representing. Yeah, if we can just pull up the graph.
Sorry, give me a second. It's not. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, is this the table you were referencing, Mr. Alley, with the 100% and the 75 to 100%?
That exact table, yes.
So any thoughts if we just focused investment primarily on the 100% overloaded or mostly, or on the 100% overloaded feeders? Presumably these problems have arisen over many years and perhaps decades. You know, couldn't we focus on the 100% first and maybe the worst of the 75 to 100%?
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the question. I feel like I'd be doing public policy a disservice to speculate too much myself here, and I'd rather probably Ms. McDermott take that question.
Okay. And then, and I guess it's going to be a question for Ms. McDermott too. Do we know the number of hours that the limits or the thresholds are exceeded? You know, presumably if it's, 2 hours, that's very different than if it's exceeded for 200 hours. Do you know if that information is on this record, or I assume that's probably a question for Ms. McDermott?
I would take it to Ms. McDermott.
Okay.
Or Mr. Mino, as they overlap in some ways, but maybe we start with Ms. McDermott. I think she's up first.
Okay. And at the highest level, and maybe this is also a question for them, would you suggest any alternative method of prioritizing investment with a broad goal of balancing critical public policy goals with phased growth and capital spending to better manage long-term rate impacts? Or do you think Mr. Mino and Ms. McDermott are better for that question?
I think you're asking, how could I spend less, or how could I reorder the investments that are made and the spend that's made?
Yeah.
I think we've put forward the plan that we think we need to make. So I think the question is probably better asked of them.
Okay.
That's probably difficult for us to speculate on. I would say, one thing, and it's probably pretty obvious, it was fairly high level, but we moved from, as you all know, well know, the wildfire plan was approved elsewhere in the wildfire. We were trying to trim this rebuttal position down to really those 3 years of 2026, 7, and 8 as the explicit request here. That doesn't change 26, 7, and 8. I'm not trying to represent that it does. But it is focusing this plan on a shorter duration more clearly. And then proposing to come in, and we proposed November of 2027 to provide some additional scrutiny on 2029 and 2030. So I think we've tried to move in a way that allows more transparency and knowledge about how these things occur. But sort of, offering where to go on a diet, I don't know if I'm qualified to opine on that.
Fair enough, but you can understand how once you get up to $1 billion a year on distribution spending, it may be difficult to ratchet it back.
I do understand.
Yeah, just one last question. You can take this down. In the JTS proceeding, you and I had a series of exchanges over the long-term rate forecast spreadsheet that is hearing exhibit 110, attachment JWI 4 in this proceeding. Assuming you recall that exchange, would you stand by your prior oral testimony in the JTS regarding how to understand and interpret that hearing exhibit and spreadsheet?
I'm just trying to remember now. You brought, so this is JWI 4 from this proceeding that brought over to the JTS. And that was, to be specific, that's our base long-term rate forecast that we applied into this hearing.
correct. And if you recall, you and I had a series of extended discussions about the capital spend, about the rising cost increase associated between your direct case and the rebuttal case. We had conversations about the sales growth in that forecast, and I believe we had conversation about actual 2024 rates based on your Securities Exchange Commission filings and, forecasts of rates in 2031.
Yeah.
So anything you'd say about, as we interpret that hearing exhibit in this case, any comments about whether that oral testimony in that case is still legitimate in understanding it here?
I think the oral testimony is legitimate. I think I have two additional comments.
Please.
One is contemplating, certainly in the 10K rate, both the average rate and the residential rate. And I fully understand how you wanted to grab that or kind of go to that number and then project it against the forecast. I'd point out that our forecast started 2024 materially higher than the actual 2024 that we reported in the 10K. And this just gets in the difficulty of forecasting in your base year. But all that to say, I think the forecast represents the trend better. So as one would look at the 2024 data and then the 2031 forecast, you reach a pretty different conclusion in terms of the percentage increase in rates than I think is likely. I think the rate trend is probably better represented in the forecast. Now that gets into the vagaries of like why the base year is different, and that's where it just feels like there's a bit of a miss there.
Okay. Can I just ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't part of the mix because the forecast for 2024 is using Appendix A data that assumes that all the rate-based spending since your last historical test year is built into rates, and that the actual rates have regulatory lag. So
I agree that's part of it. Sitting here, I don't know how much of that it is, but I would agree that's part of the factor here. Yes.
I appreciate that. I'll be careful how I discuss that. And you said you had a second comment?
Yeah, the second comment, and this isn't necessarily one you solicited, but you're an economist, and I kind of stepped back here a little bit. And one thing I looked at was just looking at 2005, what our gross domestic product was for Colorado, and what Piesco's electric revenue was as a percentage of that. It was about 1.1% of the state gross domestic product at the time. In 2024, it was about 0.7% of gross domestic product of the state of Colorado. In other words, the state's economy grew faster than our rates did. So I would just, I come to the request for capital here self-aware that they're large. But I'd also point out that on that sort of a broader metric, I think there's maybe a few more factors to affordability than just the rate increases that we're looking at. And I think that matters.
Fair enough. I hear that. But can you understand that when we look at a place like California, where average residential rates have tripled, that these types of capital spend and rate base spending plans are scary, especially given how aggressive the load forecasts are compared to historical experience?
I don't think we have anywhere in this record that's suggesting a doubling or tripling of rates. Are there increases? Yes. Yeah, there are. And probably my third broad point about all this would be, we have a number of ways that we're going to check in with the commission across this. Again, the DSP coming in 2 years, the JTS process that Commissioner Gilman and I were discussing is designed to sort of update with these large loads. And I think there's maybe more calibration than is understood on some of these things that will occur over time. Because certainly, 2044 rate forecast, Honda's not going to guarantee you a price of an Accord in 2024. Apple's not going to guarantee the price of an iPhone in 2044. These are very long-term speculative processes. And we're going to have ongoing dialogue across all these major capital planning cases, across numerous planning proceedings, which have grown considerably even under this commission. So hopefully we have good dialogue and good check-in on that capital investment and matching the sales forecasts along the way. I appreciate the concern on that and what it could mean for rates. But
well, I mean, is it fair to say that other for-profit companies don't have guaranteed earnings returns, returns on prudently incurred investment? They have to get those returns through the market. So, I mean, it seems like the analogy may break down for a regulated monopoly. Any comments on that?
Not really, just to illustrate that all I was really trying to say is these are not proposals through 2044. The proposal you have before you here is 26, 7, and 8 for a budget and a cost recovery mechanism and a healthy swath of alternatives that are designed to help, ameliorate some of those things going forward if it works. Many of those are so nascent, we don't know how effective they'll be yet. But that's what's in front of you right now. And we'll be updating you on the sales forecast very often over time. I think it's basically done officially twice a year, once or twice a year through JTS, et cetera. So
yeah, I appreciate that. Just one last comment for your reaction. I mean, I don't really have the appetite to go through the spreadsheet cell by cell, but I think if the capital spending persists into the 2030s and the sales growth doesn't materialize or becomes much more like historical levels, you can see very large rate impacts into the doubling and tripling. I think that was on the record of the wildfire mitigation plan, but any comments on that?
Yeah, I don't recognize a double or tripling, but I mean, if you want to select a high numerator and a low denominator, I guess you can forecast very high and very low scenarios.
Yeah. All right. Any final comments on any of this? I'm sure Mr. Larson's going to ask you on redirect, but as we struggle with this trade-off, which seems to be in every case, any final comments?
No, I don't think so. I appreciate the dialogue here on this, and hopefully you appreciate that we were trying to meet the spirit and intent of the long-term rate forecasts. I don't want those to be seen as proposals. I do recognize there's a certain pace or timing to the capital investments we're approving, which can go on over the next 3 to 7 years across the waterfront. I appreciate your concern on that. We'll do what we can to get the sales forecast where they're affordable to customers. We deeply care about the affordability of our product to customers. We'll bear that long after this commission is not here. If it's not working well for the economy and for the customers. And that's kind of why I drew in that economic data. It's like, I think from a broader lens, there's some interesting thoughts on that. And I think Mr. Kinney would certainly want us and has challenged the team to try to figure out ways that we can most address this for those who are most affected by a more stressful situation in terms of being able to pay the bills versus their income. So I think there's probably more to come on that.
As always, appreciate the dialogue, Mr. Utley, and we're struggling with these trade-offs like you.
Yeah.
Mr. Larson, why don't we take a break? I think we'll reconvene at say 3:15. I think we got some scheduling issues. And are you okay proceeding with your redirect at that point?
Yes, sir. That sounds good.
All right. Any issues before we take a break?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thanks. See everybody at 3:15.
Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Plant said he may be a little late, but asked us to get started. So let's get started. Commissioner Gilman, I think you had one more question for Mr. Eiley before we start redirect.
Yeah, and apologies, Mr. Eiley. Hi again. Just one more thing from me. So earlier today, WRA had asked about whether the company's performance-based framework includes a reliability component, which you noted is addressed by QSP proceedings, but not in this proceeding. WRA witness Valentine proposed including a reliability metric in the performance screen for the GMAC. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and I know you disagreed in your rebuttal testimony. I understand that more generally you disagree with adding an additional screen, but I just wanted to ask quickly about reliability. I know in Ms. Block's testimony, she had indicated she didn't think the use of SAIDI or SAFE in this context would make sense. So I just wanted to ask, understanding your kind of general opposition to the idea of including a reliability screen, if this commission were to find it helpful to include some sort of reliability metric, what sort of metric would properly track the reliability of SAIDI or SAFE is not an appropriate metric to be looking at?
I think as Ms. Block testified on that, I might defer that question to her to see what would make sense in that circumstance.
Okay, I just wanted to preempt in case she pointed it back at you, make sure
Yeah.
that I asked you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But as you know, she's clearly like exploring those metrics and sort of the pluses and minuses of those. So I've had discussion with her at lunch, and yes, I think she has more broad background to offer there.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairman. That's it.
Mr. Larson, redirect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson.
Just a few questions based on the cross-examination and commission questions over the course of today. I want to start back at the beginning. When Ms. Chong, on behalf of staff, cross-examined you, you had an exchange with Ms. Chong regarding unquantifiable economic development impacts. You recall that?
Yes.
And you mentioned EMABC as being in this case in response to that, right?
Yes.
From your perspective, do you think that Mr. Klein can provide more light or shed more light on these types of impacts given the types of entities that comprise EMABC?
Yes, as he is their witness and they entered the case to discuss their interests or concerns in these areas, I think he would be a good witness for that.
Right. And Ms. Chong also had a series of questions with respect to bill impacts and cited a 9% bill impact in several of those questions. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Can you discuss the scope of this DSP from both a budgeting perspective and the future cadence of DSPs? And then I want to come back to that 9% number. But if you could first talk about the scope of this DSP and the cadence of the next DSP, that would be helpful.
Sure. And, I think we sought to make that a little bit more clear in our rebuttal case. So originally we kind of framed it as a 5-year ask. And as we rolled into rebuttal, we sort of narrowed that to more of a 3-year request on a budget basis. And I want to emphasize that's a not to exceed budget. I don't think I stated that this morning, and I think it's important here. And the 3 years would be 26, 7, and 8 versus the 2025 to 2029 original request on this. So, and then the cadence that we suggested, which relates to the duration of these plans and sort of effective duration. This plan, we intend to cover 26, 7, and 8 with that not to exceed budget, although it's a 5-year plan, but the budget specifically is a 3-year. And then our intent is that the next DSP under our proposal filed later in 2027 would be a 2-year plan that would encompass 2029 and 2030.
And then it would proceed accordingly from there on a 2-year cycle. Is that right?
With 2-year looks, yes.
Yeah, so focusing in on 2026, 2027, and 2028, is the cumulative bill impact more like 6.4%?
Based on where I believe Ms. Chong extracted at 9%, then yes, it is.
Ms. Chong also cited the company's obligation to serve and its ability to file electric base rate cases in some of her questions to you. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And from your perspective, would filing rate cases preserve the status quo with respect to the recovery of distribution costs?
Yes, it's largely what we've been doing with distribution investments, and somewhat uniquely as generation investments usually have a more current cost recovery regime, and then under the Senate Bill 07-100 created the TCAD originally nearly 20 years ago. But distribution has been on this lag sort of paradigm, and that's generally dealt with through us investing in a rate case that picks up the incremental investment over time, but with that lag.
And do you think Senate Bill 24-218 sought to preserve the status quo or change it?
I strongly feel that it sought to change the status quo.
And Ms. Chong also had questions related to both affordability and your critique of staff's answer testimony, specifically that of Mr. Haglund. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
So starting with your critique of staff's position, are you aware of any analysis that Mr. Haglund conducted to quantify affordability outside of measuring electric bill impacts?
No.
And Mr. Hagland also has a proposed cap, which you discussed with Ms. Chong. Did Mr. Hagland provide any analysis of the achievement of state policy goals that might occur if that proposed cap were in place?
No.
Did he provide any analysis of limitations on customer opportunities to interconnect distributed energy resources or electrify transportation or end uses if that proposed cap were in place?
No.
And so changing gears a little bit to the company's view of affordability, more broadly, both, as Mr. Kenny discussed this morning and you also discussed, has the company conducted any analysis to measure affordability beyond electric bill impacts?
Yes, we provided some looks at that in the Grid of the Future report, where we looked at some household energy bill impacts, which showed, sort of a vision of, if you will, of long-term potential savings. If you look at a household energy budget and savings on gasoline, there may be similar types of values or savings as you exchange natural gas for electric under a heat pump scenario in a household. But those are the things that the DSP seeks to enable and create those possibilities.
Yeah, so that type of analysis, as well as the gross state product that you discussed, those are other views of affordability. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You had some exchanges. I want to change to NRDC sweep, and Mr. Hyatt examined you this morning, and he asked you questions about the type 2 distribution activity performance screen and the use of existing interconnection timelines for that performance screen. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, Senate Bill 24-218 contemplates the layering of additional performance screens and subsequent DSPs. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it does.
And so how are additional performance screens layered on over time under the regime set forth in Senate Bill 24-218?
Well, we start with the initial one, as we've discussed, which is the interconnection of distributed resources. Then it moves into the incorporation of a flexible load and demand management metric, which we propose on a very initial basis, or sort of advanced, not proposed really, on an initial basis here, which, as I understand the bill, would take effect upon the enactment of the second distribution system plan. The third one would also take in an energization timeframe type performance screen as well. So you get a much more fully developed set of performance screens there over time.
And, assuming, you get through subsequent DSPs, ultimately you would end up with interconnection timelines, energization timelines, and flexible load management targets all operating as one, multifaceted performance screen. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. In my view, it would operate, and this is subject to future litigation, but under the statute, I think what's envisioned is that they would all go toward this performance screen, and that would sort of set a screen, again, of how much of the type 2 investments flow directly into the rider.
And now focusing just on the first performance screen for the instant DSP that's at issue here, do you think part of the reason to point to interconnection timelines in the legislation was because they already existed and the first DSP had to be filed in relatively short order after the passage of the bill?
I believe that's probably true. And we had some testimony that suggested we probably need to do some investment to make sure we can develop the energization data to develop the energization timelines to sort of illustrate the counterfactual on that.
Then you had a discussion with Commissioner Gilman before the break about the interaction of the JTS forecast and the DSP forecast. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the time frame of this DSP, given the 2026, 2027, 2028 that you just talked about, and compare and contrast the time frame with that of the JTS?
Yeah, so again, this plan is looking most strongly at the 26, 7, and 8 years in terms of a proposed budget. And then the JTS, the wrap in the JTS is interesting because in the rules it sort of starts instantly, but that doesn't actually have any practical effect. The target wrap, I will call it, of the JTS is really begins in the year 2029. So really a focus on 29, 30, and 31 in that first RFP. And so there's some overlap there, but really the JTS is a bit out in time relative to these proposed DSP budgets here.
Yeah, so to put it in context, you got 2026, 2027, 28 at issue here. The JTS base RFP really targeting 29, 2029, 2030, 2031. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Yes.
You had a discussion with Chairman Blank, and I believe the hearing exhibit was marked as 2304, and it's something that was prepared by advisory staff. You recall looking at that?
Yes, I think that was the budget table. I had
Yes.
some history and some forecasts. So yes, I do.
And it showed both historical distribution spending as well as projected spending on distribution investments. Is that right?
Yes.
And so just for clarity of the record, is the proposed investment in the DSP budgets that have been presented here incremental to the amounts currently in the company's rate base?
Yes.
And would future GMAC related budgets be adjusted to avoid double recovery between base rates and GMAC recovery by accounting for future rate case outcomes?
Absolutely.
And I think you said something about this before with respect to, those budgets being not to exceed, but just to clarify, would the company manage to the budgets within the GMAC advice letter filings that have been presented here for 2026, 2027, and 2028?
That is our proposal to do exactly that.
Excuse me. You also had a discussion with Chairman Blank about, the potential for, 2x or 3x rate increases over time and, California-like rate trajectories. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you made a comment about having a higher numerator and a lower denominator, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to expound on that if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure. Just real briefly. I mean, a rate is a fraction inherently. You've got a numerator and you got a denominator. We have here revenues that would go into the numerator. We will monitor this, and then the sales, technically, they go into the denominator. That defines a rate. Just underscoring the point that we would have planning proceedings and check-in points along the way on this journey through those investments to check in to see if the sales are showing up that are underlying the investments. From where I sit, with ongoing generation resource adequacy concerns, looking at the table that showed 21% of our feeders are more than 100% overloaded, we feel it's prudent to move forward on that and then continue to monitor these sales over time. But really, I think to me, the take-home messages there is not to project out too far along those trajectories and kind of speculate on really dramatic outcomes when we have a lot of check-in and points and a lot of data to kind of monitor along the way.
So to state kind of the same thing a little bit different way, if the future growth, projected growth doesn't materialize, do the future check-ins allow for opportunities to be in front of the commission and adjust for that future on a more real-time basis?
Yeah, at least I would call it probably on a regular basis.
All right, so just two more questions. There was a discussion both with staff counsel and Commissioner Gilman about your work related to Senate Bill 24-218. You recall that?
Yes.
From your perspective, is the company's DSP consistent with the objectives of Senate Bill 24-218?
I think it's very consistent with the objectives of Senate Bill 24-218. We put a lot of thought into the policies there, the policy objectives that the bill seeks to achieve the successful outcome on. We did a ton of work to structure in a brand new AVPP program, which we brought in and was later incorporated into this case. We're going back to that framework of proactive planning, timely implementation, which is really infrastructure development, adding the requisite staff that we need to do these things, and then the concurrent cost recovery that goes along with those other three elements.
Great. Thank you for your time, Mr. Eiley. I don't have anything further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Eiley. Maybe I won't excuse you. You certainly don't have to listen to any more of the hearings, but in the unlikely event we need you, just be aware. So
That's all fine. I have no schedule constraints during the hearing, and that was deliberate.
Appreciate it, but like I said, you don't have to. You will not be expected to listen to the whole thing.
There may be some multitasking, but I will try to stay abreast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pollack, are you out there? You can take that exhibit down.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Mr. Pollack, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, they are not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Back to you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pollack, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Simpson.
Are you the same? Are you the same Zach Pollack that presented pre-filed direct, supplemental direct, additional direct, and rebuttal in this case?
Yes, I filed all those things. I think we're having some issues with your connection, Mr. Simpson.
All right. And those, can you, I think we are. Can you just forgive me for a moment, Mr. Chair? Mr. Pollack, is that better?
Much better.
All right. My apologies. Can you spell your name for the record?
It's Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y, Pollock, P-O-L-L-O-C-K.
All right, thank you. And are you adopting the testimony of Miss Alice Jackson in this proceeding as well?
Yes.
All right. And you had, I had my exhibit list. You have hearing exhibits, pardon me. Pardon me. You had hearing exhibits 102, 103, 111, 117, 119, 122, 134, and 134.
I'm tempted to yell bingo, but yes, that's correct.
Yeah, sounds good. With that, the witness is available for cross.
Chair Blake, I think that you're muted, but I think you directed it to staff, which we have about 30 minutes reserved.
Yes, sorry, staff, and it's 3:35 and you got 30 minutes.
No worries. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Pollack. My name is Katie McLaughlin, and I represent trial staff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, Ms. McLaughlin.
So I have one large overarching topic that I have several questions that I'd like to walk through with you today. And I promise that I won't be calling any bingo numbers. I'm probably only going to be referencing one of your testimonies. Mr. Pollack, you define a regulatory sandbox as allowing temporary exemptions to existing regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this would also be how the Rocky Mountain Institute, which you cited, defines a regulatory sandbox.
Yes, that's my understanding of how Rocky Mountain Institute defines it.
Big picture, the intent of this is to increase innovations, correct?
Yes, and I would say increase, but also sustain it as well.
Okay. And just to be clear, the company is suggesting the use of a regulatory sandbox in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I think that's something the company is interested in pursuing. Had we had more time to adjust or address other settlement issues, I think there's a good chance we may have been able to reach a settlement position on that as well. But yes, the company is interested in that approach.
Understood. So let's talk a little bit more about that. If the commission were to engage with this idea, does the company intend to use ratepayer funds for projects as a result of a regulatory sandbox?
My understanding is that's how most regulatory sandboxes operate. Obviously, an interesting or important component of that is the level of oversight and sort of the rules of engagement and being able to access that funding. So, while yes, it would be accessing ratepayer funds, there would also be appropriate levels of governance and oversight to be able to use those funds prudently.
But as you just testified, there would be exemptions to some of that oversight with exemptions of regulations, correct?
I think there would be a lesser level of oversight compared to what we experience today.
Okay. And to back up a little bit, would the company anticipate using any shareholder funds in the regulatory sandbox project arena?
I can't speak to that question. That's really a question more for Mr. Eiley.
Okay. Would you anticipate that any ratepayers would receive equity in any potential projects that come from a regulatory sandbox?
I think if you're asking financial equity in the forms of shareholder returns, I think that would be pretty unlikely. And I'm also not aware of any sandboxes operating that way. What I do think is part of the intent is delivering customer savings.
So if the innovations that come from a regulatory sandbox arena are unsuccessful, would the company reimburse ratepayers for those projects?
I think that would be pretty unlikely, and that's pretty inconsistent with how you cultivate innovation more broadly.
Does the company anticipate taking any stakeholder feedback in an environment that uses a regulatory sandbox?
Yes, absolutely. And that's part of the benefit of using that model is it's not just the company making decisions by itself. It would be an inclusive environment where we'd be taking into consideration stakeholder feedback, potentially stakeholder governance.
So this is similar to what is currently happening with stakeholder meetings, the technical working group. Would that be similar?
I would disagree. I think that's less of a formal stakeholder engagement. This is a stakeholder process that has a pretty clearly defined outcome around trying to create consensus on moving forward with new innovative ideas.
So let's say that a stakeholder comes to the company with an innovative idea. Is that something that the company would support?
I think it depends on the mechanism that the company has to be able to move forward with it.
So ultimately, it would be the company's decision on whether they decide to move forward with a project, even if it was proposed by an intervener.
I think the company has significant say in what may or may not move forward. Ultimately, we're responsible for the safe, reliable operation of our system. So while we certainly try to listen to all stakeholder input, at the end of the day, the company needs to have a final say.
And this is similar to the current stakeholder process where you listen to what stakeholders have to say, and ultimately the company decides what they want to move forward with.
To some extent, I think the mechanism is different, though.
Okay. And in a regulatory sandbox situation, ratepayers also would not have a say in which projects the company decided to move forward with. Is that correct?
I don't think we made that prohibition.
Okay. Would the company be seeking exemptions from the commission's DSP rules under a regulatory sandbox idea?
I think that's something we haven't fully explored, again, just in the interest of time. But we would certainly like to find a way, whether that's through waivers or variances or some other mechanism, to be able to accelerate bringing innovative ideas and pilots to fruition.
Would you be requesting a waiver of Commission Rule 3533?
Again, I'd be speculating right now. So I think that's one possible means, but it's certainly not the only.
But you cited in your rebuttal testimony that Rule 3533 would be a specific rule that you're thinking about asking for exemptions, correct?
It's possible, but again, it's not the sole means.
Okay. And since you cited that in your rebuttal testimony, I'm sure that you're familiar with Commission Rule 3533, correct?
Yes.
And that title is Grid Innovation. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. And on a basic level, this commission rule allows the company to propose new pilots and programs for the distribution system, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree with me that pilot programs provide an avenue for innovation?
I would agree generally. I would not agree that they provide a sufficiently accelerated avenue based under the timing considerations we have today under that rule framework.
Okay. Would you agree with me that pilots can be beneficial because they provide a temporary adjustment period before a full-blown integration?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And typically these pilot programs come with commission oversight, is that correct?
To some extent, yes.
Okay. And since you're familiar with Rule 3533, you're aware that it does not require that these pilots pass a cost benefit test, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that this specifically removes a barrier for the company's ability to implement a new program.
I would agree. It's one barrier that's removed.
Okay. And you'd also agree with me that Rule 3533 provides certain reporting requirements for pilots as well.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Stapleton Central Park pilot that was conducted under the Innovation Clean Technology Program?
That was before my time. I'm loosely aware of it, but if you have more detailed questions, I suggest you speak with Ms. Chacon.
But Mr. Pollack, you've testified about this specific pilot before, haven't you?
It's possible.
Could we please pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 532 in staffsbox.com, please? And looking at this first page, does this say that this is the direct testimony and attachments of Zachary D. Pollack?
Yes.
And kind of in the middle portion of that as well, is this the application of public services first DSP plan?
Yes.
Okay, so you were the lead witness in the company's last DSP plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now I'd like to please turn to page 22 of your testimony in the last DSP. And I'd like to look specifically at lines 7 through 9. Do you see where you testified about the Stapleton Central Park pilot project in the last DSP?
I'm just taking a minute to read that.
Absolutely.
Yes, again, I would say that's consistent with my high-level understanding of the pilot, but I was not directly involved in it.
Okay, so on a high-level understanding of this pilot project, you'd understand that this pilot was meant to focus on behind and front of the meter batteries for residential and commercial ratepayers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me in that in this last DSP proceeding that you characterized this Stapleton pilot project as an example of the company proactively addressing the needs of the distribution system?
Could you show me where I characterize it that way?
Yeah, absolutely. If we could please scroll up to page 21, and I want to look at line 26. So let's start at that question where the question asks, has the company already taken action to proactively address the evolving needs of the distribution system? Do you see where it says that?
Yes.
And then you already saw the portion where we read that the answer to that question included the example of the Stapleton Central pilot project?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Do you recall if the commission agreed with your statements that that the Stapleton pilot project was successful?
Again, I was not directly involved in the implementation of the project, so I can't recall what the commission said about it.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down, please. Mr. Pollack, since you were the lead witness in the company's last DSP, I assume that you're familiar with the commission decisions from the last DSP, correct?
Yes.
And I understand it's probably been a couple years since we're now in the second one, but if we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 533 in staff's box, please. Now this is recommended decision 23A-0547E in the first DSP that the company filed. Have you read this? I'm assuming since you were the lead witness for the last DSP?
Yes, I'm familiar with the decision.
Okay, if we could please turn to page 23. And if you don't mind, if we zoom in just slightly on that, it's a little bit small on my end. I appreciate it. I'd like to look at this paragraph 80 with you. And do you see the middle sentence that starts with, in reviewing the final report?
Yes.
Could you read that sentence to yourself and let me know when you finished?
Yes, it finished.
So you'd agree with me that the commission found significant concern with the management of past pilot projects in the last DSP?
I would agree that the commission made those findings relative to a project pilot that was started in 2015.
Okay, and that the projects that started in 2015 included the Stapleton Central Park pilot project, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, in this last DSP, the commission ultimately described additional guidelines for future pilots, correct?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. I appreciate it. So we have DSP pilot commission rules, as we previously discussed in Rule 3533. And we have the commission decision in the last DSP articulating additional guidelines on pilot programs. And it's your position that the commission should exercise less oversight on these ratepayer funds through regulatory sandbox proposal.
Yes, to some extent. I think the crux of the issue is that the current process doesn't allow us to move quickly with implementing pilots. That's more of a timing challenge than I would say it is an oversight issue. But under the current process, which requires a litigated application be filed, we effectively can't move forward until we have a final decision there. So while I appreciate the concerns, we're certainly open to entertaining other opportunities that would allow us to move more swiftly with some of these innovative ideas.
Well, let's talk about the company's ability to implement innovations in the past. I want to talk to you more about, do you recall your testimony in this DSP in your rebuttal where you discussed the transportation electrification innovation portfolio?
Yes.
Okay. And in your view, this TEP innovation portfolio provided key learnings. Is that correct?
I believe I may have said something to that extent. But
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Pull up your rebuttal testimony if you'd like a little refresher.
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah, that will be hearing exhibit 122, and I'd like to look at page 39, please. Specifically line 17 through 19. So in your view, the TEP innovation portfolio provided key learnings, correct?
Yes, and I think it also is a means of accelerating innovative concepts underneath transportation electrification.
We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. So the TEP innovation portfolio was first proposed in, I believe it was May of 2020, when the company filed its very first TEP. Is that your understanding?
That sounds approximately correct, yeah.
Okay. And then with our statutory deadline and everything, you would agree with me that the commission approved the first TEP in January of 2021.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay. And this approval included approving the company's innovation portfolio in the TEP, the same one that we've been discussing so far that you cited in your rebuttal testimony.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And this portfolio came with a budget of $12 million. Does that sound correct?
I'm not aware of the specific details, but subject to check, that seems accurate.
Okay. We can go ahead and pull something up that if you would like to check.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pollack. The innovation portfolio is funded through the TIPA rider, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And who pays for the TIPA rider?
The Excel customers do.
Ratepayers?
Yes.
Okay. And the commission also ordered that the company provide final reports on these TEP innovation projects. Do you know that?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull up that specific order so we can walk through it together. That's going to be hearing exhibit 536 in staff's box, please. And on this first page, this is Commission Decision C210017, which is in the company's first TEP, 20A-0204E. And I'd like to please look at page 38. And I want to focus on paragraph 115. If we could zoom in, and Mr. Pollack, if you could read that to yourself and let me know when you've finished.
I finished.
Okay, so the commission required that these final reports include lessons learned from the innovation pilots in that first TEP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And among those lessons learned, the commission sought specifics on costs and benefits to ratepayers, right?
Yes.
Did the company file those reports in its second TEP as ordered by the commission?
I'm not aware of that. Maybe yes or no, but I'm not aware.
Okay. Could we please pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 538 in staff's box, please? This is Commission Decision C240233, which was ordered in the most recent TEP proceeding, which is 23A-0242E. If we could please take a look at page 65. And I want to focus your attention on paragraph 154, that first line. If you could read those first two lines to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Yes, I'm done.
Did the company file the reports on the innovation portfolio from the first TEP in its second TEP?
At the timing of this decision, it doesn't appear to be so.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. I appreciate it. Do you know if the company has filed those reports at all?
That would be a question for Mr. Eiley. I'm not aware.
Okay. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 539? It's in staff's box as well. Do you see at the top where this has a label that's Excel Energy?
Yes.
If we could scroll down to the title briefly. That's the 2024 to 2026 Transportation Electrification Plan Annual Report. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Could we please go to page 19? And I'd like to focus your attention on the paragraph that is under the black bold line that says Innovation Project Implementation Updates. And if you could look at a sentence that is in the middle of that paragraph, it starts with the company also agreed to. And if you could read those two sentences in the middle for me and let me know when you're done.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find that. What does the sentence start with?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the middle there, and it starts with the company also agreed to summarize.
Under Innovation Project Implementation Updates?
Yes.
I'm not seeing that. Let me zoom out a little bit. Just maybe zoomed in here. Okay. The company also agreed to summarize the results and lessons learned from all innovation programs and projects through final reports submitted in the inaugural TEP proceeding within 6 months of a project's conclusion or full implementation as
Mr. Pollack, can you slow down, please?
Sure. The company also agreed to summarize the results and lessons learned from all innovation programs and projects through final reports submitted in the inaugural TEP proceeding within 6 months of a project's conclusion or full implementation as applicable.
And then the next sentence says the company plans to file those final reports in 2025. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, we can take this exhibit down. Thank you so much. So it's been about 4.5 years since the commission approved the innovation portfolio in the first TEP. And the commission still doesn't know what, if any, benefits ratepayers have received from this, correct?
I'm not sure that's totally accurate. I think in a reporting format that may be true, but I also know that the TEP team that works on those filings engages with stakeholders all the time.
So how is the commission supposed to know what happens in those stakeholder meetings?
I believe some of that is published into the record of TEP proceedings.
But is the commission at those stakeholder meetings?
I think they have access to the docket system.
They have access to the docket system, but they're not actively participating in any of those meetings.
Correct.
Okay. So the commission doesn't have any reporting on what exact benefits ratepayers received for that $12 million that was in the innovation portfolio in the first TEP. Do I have that correct?
In a formal report format, it sounds like that may be true.
Okay. And Public Service has since filed its second TEP. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And this included an innovation portfolio as well?
I believe so.
Do you recall how much funding the commission approved in the innovation portfolio in the 2023 TEP application?
I believe that's in my rebuttal testimony. I thought it was about $40 or $50 million.
You're right in the ballpark. It's 48 million. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And remind me, who pays for the $48 million under the innovation portfolio, ratepayers or the company?
Those are Excel customers.
Okay. Has the company filed reports for this $48 million authorized in the most recent TEP for the innovation portfolio?
I believe those projects are still underway, so I'm not aware if any reports have been filed.
Okay. So how is the commission supposed to know what key learnings were gained from this $48 million that was authorized in the second TEP?
Well, I think when those projects are completed, there will be reporting associated with them.
Do you know when that reporting is going to happen?
I think it's project specific, and that's about the extent of my knowledge right now. I know there have been some challenges with implementation.
Okay. Have there been challenges with providing the reporting?
Again, I'm not directly involved in the TEP, but
Okay.
I would say they're based upon time.
Okay. And is it still your position that the commission should be comfortable with less oversight under a regulatory sandbox approach?
I think the commission has the right to hold the company accountable to reporting requirements. I think the nature of the company's position in regulatory sandboxes is that innovation can't be sporadic. We need a sustained way of accessing that. So understand staff's position here on some of the deficiencies in reporting, but I don't think that's a reason to stymie innovation. I think that's a reason to hold the company accountable to reporting standards.
But as we discussed, the company hasn't filed any of those reportings for the last two TEPs.
Specific to the TEP, that's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Pollack. Those are all of my questions for you today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next. ACE 30 minutes and it's 4 o'clock even.
Mr. Chair, I have a few cleanup items. Would you mind if we did those before I get going with Mr. Pollack?
Cleanup items on what?
Yeah, one on the record and one on some time allocation. I'm going to give some time back.
Okay.
So let's do the time first. So we'll reduce our cross-examination of Beth Chacon to 20 minutes from 45 minutes.
Okay.
I'd like to reserve 10 with Mr. Pollack here in addition to my 30, just in case I go over. I don't think I will, but want to do that. Giving you 5 back I took before, and I want to reserve 5 with Ms. Block for the question Mr. Eiley punted over there.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the other cleanup item in speaking with Ms. Federico over the breaks, it's my understanding there might be a little bit of confusion with the hearing block numbers. I just want to square that up. So in the scheduling order for this case, the group of interveners that was originally constituted as COSA, CS, CCSA, and 8U, again, ACE, were given the 900 block. COSA, CS, CCSA were given the 2200 block, and AEU was given the 2100 block. After that order was issued, AEU withdrew from the ACE representation. We have been working under the assumption that the 900 block is acceptable for COSA, CS, CCSA, still referring to themselves as ACE, to use. And I just want to confirm that we're okay with that 900 block. We don't need to refile any exhibits and relabel them. I apologize for the confusion for not catching that earlier, but just want to make sure that's the way to proceed. Thanks.
Mr. Simpson, any comments? You're muted. You're still muted.
No objections. We're fine with that.
Great.
I think I am too. Commission Counsel, any concerns?
No concerns for me. I think that the record's clear now that what the parties are referring to as ACE does not include AEU.
All right, I got 40 minutes, Ms. Kutzer, and I don't think you gave us back much time.
All right, well, I'll try to give it back and be fast. How about that? Good afternoon, Mr. Pollock.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kutzer.
It's nice to see you. I'm going to dive right in with a few more cleanup items with you. Were you here when I was cross-examining Mr. Eiley a little bit earlier today?
Yes, I was.
And I asked him a question about staffing, and that question was, there was a specific position for a regional transmission planner. Let me start over. A regional transmission planner or RTO manager captured within this company's staffing request, and I asked, what does that have to do with the distribution system plan? Could you answer that question?
Yes, that's a fair question. I'll say that we don't tend to have the most informative job titles at Excel, but generally the reason why that's reflected in there is we're seeing issues where in some DER studies, whether those be cluster studies or areas where we have high penetration of DER, we actually need to not only just study the distribution impacts, but backfeed onto the transmission system as well. In addition to those planning and engineers doing some of the high side of the substation work. So it's very much related to DER interconnection, some of the impacts of that.
Is it related to regional transmission organization planning in some way, shape, or form?
That was my point about Excel titles kind of being misleading. Despite that being in the title, that job function actually takes on significantly expanded responsibility.
All right, I'll keep moving. So similarly, I asked Mr. Eiley about a position titled Analyst, DER Interconnection Processes, Communications. He directed me to Ms. Block. Before I lose my time with you, can you confirm that I need to take that up with Ms. Block?
I may be able to resolve that for you if you're able to pull up the exhibit you had up previously.
Sure. So Ms. Frederico, if you're still driving, I believe that was hearing exhibit 905. And it's going to be a little tricky now because it's not the executor. It'll be on page 2.
I was going to say, is it all right if I pull up the PDF?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just work with that. Ooh.
A little bit of an eye chart.
Yeah, right. So it was line 33. Actually, it's right there. Looks like toward the bottom. It says Chacon and then Analyst DER Interconnection Process Communications about 3/4 down the screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about that position and what's intended by that job title.
I believe that's subject to Ms. Chacon correcting me otherwise when she testifies, but that is specifically on the engineering side of the interconnection process. So that person would be responsible for interacting with developers and other folks looking to install and interconnect DERs.
Okay, great. I'm going to try with you, and I'll go back to Ms. Chacon if you can answer this question. But let me represent that the solar industry has asked for some time to have personnel within the company who are able to coordinate across departments. Have you ever heard about those requests coming into the company?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
And the concept here would be to have a concierge position that can help developers navigate between multiple groups within the company. Still sound familiar?
Yes.
Would the company be willing to dedicate one of these communications positions toward a concierge type of arrangement to better interface with interconnection customers?
That seems like a reasonable request, but I'll let Ms. Chacon or Ms. Block speak to the necessity of the other positions that might come at the expense of.
Great. Okay, let's keep moving. Ms. Frederico, you can take this down. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to data access issues. So about 3 months ago, you and I were in the same position discussing at length the company's constrained feeder lists during the JTS hearing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And during that discussion, we talked about two different types of constrained feeder lists that the company has put forward in these two proceedings. One is the grid needs assessment. Agree?
We don't refer to it as a constrained feeder list, but you can derive the level of constraint on a feeder from the grid needs assessment.
Okay, and I'll actually be asking you questions about the other type, which is the list of feeders that are eligible for the distribution payment under the AVPP program. You follow me?
Yes.
And for ease of discussion, if I referred to this list as the AVPP feeder list, do we share a common understanding?
Yes.
Okay, great. And do you and I further agree that ACE and Excel did not settle the issue of aggregator data access to the AVPP feeder list as a part of the AVPP settlement?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to start by going over the state of the record right now as it relates to that AVPP feeder list. So this list was originally attached to your direct testimony in the AVPP case as Hearing Exhibit 102, Attachment ZDP 2-C. Do you agree?
Yes.
And now in the AVPP settlement, we've agreed to modify the hours used to identify feeders and banks eligible for the distribution payment. Do you agree?
That's correct.
It's my understanding that the company has not yet filed an updated list of feeders that would meet this revised classification in this record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can the company commit to introducing this updated list as a hearing exhibit during the hearing today or later in the week?
I think that's possible, subject to check.
Great. I will talk with your counsel offline on that. Thank you. Let's talk now a little bit about confidentiality. So the company's position remains that this revised list of AVPP feeders is confidential under the commission's rules, correct?
I think our position is that it's highly sensitive data, which we are planning to disclose through our existing secure web portal process that requires an NDA.
So you've anticipated my question. I wanted to ask you what has changed since the last time you and I talked about this. Can you explain how the company now proposes that aggregators will access the AVPP feeder list?
Yeah, so there was a significant critique of providing a feeder list only, as those feeder designations or nomenclature, it's hard to discern where that may be. Understandably, make it challenging to go develop projects as an aggregator. So the company has committed to, specifically for the AVPP program, to disclose geospatially where the constrained feeders are on the company's distribution system. So an aggregator would be able to log into the secure portal. They would be able to see geospatially on a map where those feeders are located and whether or not they're constrained, and would therefore qualify for the additional compensation under the AVPP construct.
And just to close the loop here as we discuss access, the company's current proposal is that aggregators would need to sign a non-standard, non-disclosure agreement in order to be able to access that list, correct?
I think we would disagree with the characterization of non-standard, and I would note that today, many members, which are COSA members, are actually signing an NDA.
So I'll reframe that question, setting aside the dispute about COSA members' actions. Is the process you're proposing the same process by which COSA members or anyone else would access the grid needs assessment through the company's non-public portal, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Pollack, I'd like to move on now to a different topic. And that topic is flexible interconnection. So you've been a utility professional for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
What's your common understanding of what a utility tariff is?
That's a great question. I'm not sure I've ever been asked to define that before, but generally it's a set of conditions that are published in a utility tariff book that specify things like rate classes, participation in programs to some extent.
Okay, great. Let's take a look at what Colorado's procedural rules define a tariff as. Could we please turn to what's been pre-marked as Hearing Exhibit 906 in our box.com folder? I'd like to go to page 5. Mr. Pollack, are you able to read the definition of tariff there in subpart HH?
Yes. Oh,
Maybe. Can you read that to yourself?
give me 1 second. Okay.
So you'd agree with me that a tariff as defined by Colorado's procedural rules is defined as a schedule that is filed with the commission pursuant to Colorado statutes showing all rates and classifications, rules, regulation, terms and conditions, etc.
That's what the rules say.
So the key phrase there is it's a schedule filed with the commission. Agree?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for administrative notice here of the commission's procedural rules.
Any objection, Mr. Simpson?
No objections.
So noticed.
Okay, I'd like to turn now to what the statute has to say about flexible interconnection. Could we turn to what was marked earlier today as hearing exhibit 1405, Ms. Federico? I'd like to turn to page 6. So let's start here. Oh, are we on 6? I believe it might be down a little further. I apologize. Mr. Pollack, can you refamiliarize yourself with the definition of flexible interconnection or energization tariff in subpart K?
Sure. Give me 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, so you agree that the statute here refers to a flexible interconnection tariff and specifically defines that term. Agree?
Agree in this subsection. I believe there's also some language in another part of the statute subject to check that mentions the term agreement.
You guessed where we're going. Could we please turn to page 11 of this document? Thank you so much. So I'd like to start with subpart B here. Are we on? Yeah, the near-term actions. I'm sorry, the page position is throwing me. Could we scroll down a little bit to that near-term actions? Thank you. So just to level set here, Mr. Pollack, do you and I agree that this is the portion of SB 218 that directs Public Service Company as a qualifying retail utility to take specific near-term actions related to the distribution system?
Yes.
And could we now scroll to the next page to subpart B? Sorry, Roman 4, large Roman 4. I apologize. Right there. Thank you so much. And so here we've got one of those near-term actions articulated by this statute. Do you still agree with me?
Yes.
And so one of these near-term actions utilities directed to take is to propose, and the commission shall authorize, modify, or deny in a manner consistent with the public interest the use of an optional flexible interconnection or energization tariff, correct?
It also says or energization agreement.
Let's keep going here. So would you agree with me in the first clause of this part of the statute, it calls for an energization tariff?
That's one clause which I don't think you can isolate by itself.
Well, let's get into it. So it's the company's position that you've satisfied this portion of the statute through other actions, correct?
I'm not a witness in the renewable energy plan, but my understanding is that the company has put forth an agreement that can be used to effectuate flexible interconnection.
And are you aware that ACE disagrees with the company's attempt to do that through the RES plan proceeding?
I'm not surprised to hear that, but I'm not directly aware of that.
Did you review testimony from ACE witnesses, Ms. White and Ms. Weaver, in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Briefly.
And so do you recall that those witnesses have asked that the commission issue an order requiring the company to file an interconnection tariff within 60 days of a final commission decision in this proceeding?
That sounds familiar.
And so is it your position today that you don't think that's required because of the actions taken in the res plan proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at what that is. Could we please pull this exhibit down and pull up the res plan, hearing exhibit 908. So Mr. Pollack, recognizing that you're not the company's witness in that plan, I do think it's relevant to this case, what the company's planning to do. So I'd like to ask you just a couple of questions about that.
And just so you know, it's not opening for me. I'm going to try another way, but it's giving me a pop-up. Give me a second.
Okay. If it still doesn't work, we can maybe try to go without it.
No, sorry, it's coming. It's just loading.
Okay, great. Can we please turn to page 57? I'm looking specifically at line 16. Mr. Pollack, could you take a second to familiarize yourself with that testimony?
Pardon me, can we lay some foundation here so everybody knows what this document is?
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we just start by going to the top of this document? Mr. Pollack, do you see that this is direct testimony of Neil Cowan in the company's pending renewable energy compliance plan?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the fact that Mr. Cowan has been is the company's lead witness speaking to flexible interconnection in the renewable energy standard proceeding?
I'm aware.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to respond to Mr. Simpson's request to lay a foundation. I do believe that this testimony is relevant because it is the company's alternative method of compliance with the statutory sections that we just went over.
I have no objection, Ms. Kutzer. I just didn't know what I was looking at. You were scrolling through so fast.
Sorry about that. Can we go back to page 57? And if we could go down again, I believe it was line 19. Mr. Pollack, do you want to take another second to familiarize yourself with that portion of the testimony?
Sure. Okay.
So it appears here that the company is attempting to accommodate flexible interconnection through interconnection contracting rather than a dedicated tariff. Is that accurate?
That's what it says.
Does the commission have oversight as to interconnection contracting processes?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
You can rephrase.
Sure. Are interconnection contracts typically filed with the commission in your experience?
I'm not aware of the term interconnection contract, but I believe that the interconnection agreements and the rules that govern them have been before the commission before.
Well, let me ask that question a little bit of a different way. Are you aware of any interconnection agreements between the company and, say, a third-party developer like a community solar developer that have been filed with this commission?
Not executed interconnection agreements.
So is it safe to say that the commission will have limited oversight as to interconnection contracts as opposed to, say, a flexible interconnection tariff?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled. I think we all understand Mr. Pollack is not a lawyer, and we don't have to qualify every question. If you could answer the question, Mr. Pollack, that'd be great.
Sure. I think there's a confluence of issues here that I think Ms. Kutzer is trying to get to. If the issue is about not having commission oversight of a flexible interconnection agreement, I think the company is amenable to finding a way to have oversight of that. There are a multitude of reasons why the company did not file a flexible interconnection tariff, which other witnesses can certainly speak to in more detail. But if the issue is around commission oversight of an agreement, which may not exist today under an existing interconnection agreement that doesn't use flexible interconnection, I think we're amenable to a process that would introduce that oversight.
Let's move on and talk a little bit about what other organizations and decision makers have to say about this. Could we take this down and please move to hearing exhibit 907? And while we're pulling that up, Mr. Pollack, are you familiar with the executive action that Governor Polis recently issued on renewable energy development and expiring PTC and ITC tax credits?
At a high level.
Great. And could we please take a quick look at this? And we see that this is a letter that is titled to colleagues in government, utilities, independent power producers, and fellow Coloradans.
Yes.
And then at the bottom of the second page, can we confirm that this is a letter signed by Governor Polis? Sorry, third page.
I can confirm that.
Great. And then if we could please turn to page 2, I'd like to take a look at the second paragraph on page 2. Can you please read that first sentence, Mr. Pollack?
The state will also pursue flexible interconnection, voluntary curtailment for distributed energy and community solar projects, and work to facilitate the pre-purchase of project equipment and or affiliated electric transmission and distribution infrastructure.
So is it fair to say that flexible interconnection is a policy that is also important to the governor of the state of Colorado?
I would characterize it as one of many policy initiatives that seem to be important to him.
And when Governor Polis is referring to the state, do we agree that he may be talking about the Public Utilities Commission as one of the agencies of the state?
Seems like a likely conclusion.
Okay, great. Mr. Pollack, are you generally familiar of the process by which a DER project can obtain ITC and PTC tax credits?
At a high level, yes.
Is flexible interconnection a policy that can help ensure that a DER project can obtain ITC and PTC tax credits by allowing it to be placed into service even if the company is experiencing system upgrade delays?
That's a project-specific decision, so I can't answer that categorically and comprehensively. It really depends on the nature of the projects and the type of interconnection they may be facing.
Do you agree that it could be a tool that would allow a project to qualify for those credits?
Potentially on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, great. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for administrative notice of this document.
Mr. Simpson.
No objection.
So moved.
Great.
So noticed.
Thank you. So let's conclude by talking about why this is important. Were you here when I was asking Mr. Eiley about his portion of testimony where he discusses framing the ask?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Eiley agreed with me that the company has an obligation to adopt measures that can help reduce future capital spending as a part of its DSPS. Do you agree?
That sounds familiar.
Do we agree that flexible interconnection policies can serve as an alternative to system upgrades in some situations?
Potentially, I would frame it as flexible interconnection does not increase the capacity of the distribution system to serve new loads, but it can potentially better utilize existing capacity. So you very much need the infrastructure investments, but flexible interconnection can help you maximize the efficiency of the system.
Do you need all of the same distribution system upgrades that you would need if flexible interconnection was not in place? Is that your position?
Sorry, can you re-ask that question?
Yeah, I was a little surprised to hear that you said that flexible interconnection could not be used to avoid system upgrades. Is that your position?
Flexible interconnection does not create new capacity on the distribution system. So if you have a rating on a piece of equipment, flexible interconnection will not increase the physical rating of that equipment. What it might allow you to do is by strategically curtailing load or generation, it allows you to potentially interconnect without incurring the same level of magnitude of infrastructure investments. But
So
it does not create additional capacity in and of itself.
So I want to dig in on this point because I think it's key. When you say not incurring the same level of upgrades, aren't we talking about avoiding capital spending?
For a DER developer, those would be costs borne by the developer.
I'm not talking about the cost borne by the developer. I'm talking about the system costs. Would you agree with me that flexible interconnection in some situations can help avoid system upgrade costs that might otherwise be required?
Specific to an interconnection, I could agree that flexible interconnection may have the ability to reduce or mitigate infrastructure costs that are typically borne by developers.
And if many customers pursue flexible interconnection and many system upgrades are avoided, can we both agree that this can reduce the number of system upgrades?
Again, you need to be precise with the language around system upgrades. When we talk about capacity investment, we're talking about investments that benefit the entirety of our system. I think you're specifically asking about system upgrades that are related to interconnection.
I'm talking about capital spending, to put a finer point on this. If many customers pursue flexible interconnection and we can avoid system upgrades in many situations, can we reduce capital spending?
Again, that's a nuanced question. That's a nuanced answer. So let me try to walk through each version of that nuanced answer. Under the existing paradigm in Colorado, when a generator like a community solar garden seeks to interconnect, they are typically responsible for those upgrade costs. To the extent that a generator may be able to mitigate or avoid upgrade costs through the interconnection process using flexible interconnection, that is a benefit that accrues mostly to the developer. On the load side, when it comes to energization, if a load is able to be connected and they're able to avoid or mitigate a system upgrade cost, that is a benefit that can be shared by all customers.
And Mr. Pollack, we may be talking past each other because when I'm talking about flexible interconnection, I'm not talking exclusively about community solar garden projects. I'm talking about any DER that may be able to interconnect to the system and manage its load and generation in such a way that it could avoid a system upgrade. Can we agree that that is one use of flexible interconnection policies?
You said manage a system upgrade, which is different language than you used a minute ago, which is capital spending. So I just want to be clear for the record here that are we talking about managing system upgrades or are we talking about capital spending?
We're talking about both, but I would say the important thing here is managing capital spending. And just to be critical here, I'm not just talking about community solar gardens. I'm also talking about other types of DERs.
So that was an illustrative, but let me take a step back. Under the current paradigm for interconnection in Colorado, any generating resource, with the exception of the cap that applies to small scale solar, would be responsible for that upgrade cost. So that capital spending, as you frame it, is a cost that would be incurred by the developer. That is not cost that is reflected in the company's rate base in terms of enabling those investments. There is inherently some benefit from investing in capacity of the system that allows for interconnection, but it's an apples to oranges comparison.
Well, let's stay here then with the example that you drew up of a behind the meter residential solar installation. Would you agree with me that if multiple behind the meter installations are able to pursue a flexible interconnection approach and avoid capital spending, as we've now arrived at that term, that would reduce the amount of investment the company needs to make on its system?
In that specific instance, because I believe there's a $300 cap until the commission begins a rulemaking to define a longer term cap, I would agree that costs in excess of $300, yes, would be a customer benefit of flexible interconnection, specifically for small scale systems.
And that would help save the company and its ratepayers money, correct?
In that specific instance, yes, I would agree.
So let's set aside the moment of cost responsibility for interconnection. And I think that's a complex topic when it comes to larger installations like C&I and CSG. Generally speaking, is it to the benefit of the company's ratepayers to reduce the amount of capital investments on its distribution system?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Is it to ratepayers' benefit to reduce the amount of potential capital spending associated with the distribution system in a general sense?
I think that's a difficult question to answer. It depends on what that capital spending enables in terms of outcomes. So I wouldn't categorically say yes. As Mr. Eiley talked about previously, there are ways to reduce the customer impacts of that capital investment rather than just categorically limiting it.
Let me cut to the point here. Let's talk about customer responsibility for DER interconnection requests. Is it in customers' interest to reduce the capital spending that is borne by all ratepayers associated with DER interconnection costs?
To the extent that's the interconnection paradigm for DERs, yes.
Great. And again, just to clear this up, the company has not filed a flexible interconnection tariff in this proceeding or any other proceeding before the commission to date.
The company has filed a flexible interconnection agreement and proposed framework for that in the res plan, but not specifically in this proceeding.
Okay. And would you also agree with me that the lack of a flexible interconnection tariff reduces one tool in the toolbox that can reduce capital spending on the company's system?
I would disagree with that characterization. There's a lot of great work that Ms. Chacon team's been doing, I believe with some COSA members, to be able to advance flexible interconnection, even in the absence of a tariff or agreement.
I will take that up with Ms. Chacon. Thank you so much for your time today, Mr. Pollack. No further questions.
Thank you.
Nicely done, Ms. Kutzer. Thanks for getting through that. AEU. Ms. Judkins, I have 45 minutes. We probably have a hard stop at 5.
Sounds good. We'll see how far I can get in 30 minutes, but I do have 3 discrete topics, so hopefully that can help us. Good afternoon, Mr. Pollack. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you as well.
For the record, I'm Sarah Judkins, representing Advanced Energy United. And I'd first like to start where Ms. Kutzer started, I believe, with questions on your recommendations related to data access for the AVPP program. So to be clear, and I believe you discussed this with Ms. Kutzer, under the AVPP settlement agreement, the company will provide geospatial data regarding feeders eligible for the distribution compensation as described in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
That's correct.
But the AVPP settlement agreement explicitly noted that the terms of access to this feeder data remained in dispute, right?
Yes.
And so turning to your rebuttal testimony, which is the company's position on access to this data, you state that the data released to aggregators will follow the company's existing processes, including establishing a login and password and signing the company's unique non-disclosure agreement, or NDA, right?
That's correct.
And the company's NDA is an issue in this proceeding, with several parties contesting the necessity of the NDA, right?
That's my understanding.
And don't worry, I'll discuss the NDA with other witnesses. But assuming an aggregator is able to sign the NDA, the aggregator would then be able to access the geospatial view of target feeders eligible for the distribution compensation, right?
That's correct.
But this information under your rebuttal testimony will be limited to information necessary for aggregators to identify and enroll potential customers, right?
Correct.
And this information includes identifying specific feeders and providing information locations so aggregators can know where to target their efforts, right?
Yes.
From this information, is it your expectation that aggregators would be able to identify specific addresses that would be eligible for the distribution compensation?
I think the exact details still need to be worked out, but the general idea of providing that information geospatially is that an aggregator would be able to ascertain where a customer may qualify for that enhanced compensation. So whether it be by looking at an address or being able to see potentially a feeder route and trace back to a customer, that is the intent of providing that information that way.
Thank you. And just to clarify that this information won't include specific information, or specific loading information for those feeders eligible for the distribution compensation.
It would be a binary designation of whether or not it's a constrained feeder, which the company classifies as being above our 75% planning threshold.
Thank you. And
And under the ABPP settlement agreement, the company will develop a process to make available individual customers' information as to whether they're on a feeder eligible for the distribution compensation, right?
Yes, that was what we agreed to in the settlement agreement. And then just note that the difference there is that would be, as you stated, for individual customers that may be seeking to sort of validate their own property or premise against what an aggregator may be telling them.
Right, thank you. But this process hasn't been defined yet, right?
That's correct.
Isn't this information important for customers to evaluate the potential benefits of participating in the ABPP program?
I think potentially, but I don't think, in my view, it's a threshold issue. And I made the example, I believe, as my rebuttal testimony. The commission nor the company has the ability to have any purview into the transactions that occur between community solar developers that subscribe customers. So, those customers may not understand what's being sold to them. I think a similar analogy applies here for ABPP, but nevertheless, the company is committed to providing that information for customers so that they may be able to do that diligence on their own.
But the NDA could limit aggregators from sharing customer information with those customers, right?
I think the specific information that's governed by the NDA, yes, but I don't think that necessarily extends to whether or not you're eligible for a higher level of compensation. I don't think that necessarily is restricted by the NDA, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'll caveat with that.
Thank you. Do you think that the ability to share customer energy use data is important for aggregators to recruit and enroll customers in the program?
Potentially.
And wouldn't you agree that it's important for both customers and aggregators to be able to estimate the potential opportunity and value of modifying their energy consumption?
I think it depends on the specific use case that you're talking about.
Can you explain a little more, please?
Yeah, so in the context of the AVPP, I'm not sure you're going to get a routine customer that's going to understand the inner workings of that, whereas an aggregator should be fully in tune with how that program works and how that value can be communicated to a customer. I'm not sure you'll have any customers accessing their data and coming up with their own sort of pro forma for what they're entitled to.
Right, but understanding the value of participating in the ABPP is important for customers or for aggregators to enroll customers, right?
Yes, and I think that having a complete 360-degree understanding of energy usage is different from understanding the potential value to a customer being located on a constrained feeder, or more generally, what they may be entitled to after an aggregator takes their share of profit for running a program. That's kind of a separate question, in my opinion.
All right. And do you think customer energy use data is important for aggregators and settling and verifying compensation with customers?
Potentially. I think in the company's AVPP proposal, we propose doing the settlement on our side, depending on the resource type. That may be using AMI data, it may be using inverter-specific information. If an aggregator wants to verify that using customer energy usage data, I think they have the ability to do that through many of the means that the company provides data access for.
And so just to make sure I'm understanding what you just said, in order for customers to participate in the ABPP program, do they need to have the ability to share their energy use data with the aggregator?
It's a good question. I don't think so explicitly.
But if it was important to the customer or the aggregator to share that data, the company envisions that would be done through the Green Button Connect or GBC, right?
There's multiple ways to share company data. Green Button Connect is one potential avenue that can be used to share data.
Okay. Would you say that it's easy for customers to authorize data sharing through Green Button Connect?
I'm not the company's witness on Green Button Connect, so I'd suggest you take that up with Mr. Pescucci.
Okay, thank you. If we could just pull up quickly the distribution system plan, please, which is hearing exhibit 103, attachment ZDP-1. And I believe this is in your portion of the DSP, Mr. Pollack.
Sure, and I apologize if I'm forgetting. I've got a couple hundred, if not thousands of pages.
No worries, no worries. And I won't get too deep on the Green Button Connect issue. I do realize the company has another witness solely focused on that issue. If we could go to page 126, please. And if we can look at table 22 at the bottom, please. So here in this table, the DSP plan reports that as of the date the plan was filed, there were 56 customers who participated in data sharing through Green Button Connect, right?
That's my understanding of what that represents, yes.
Do you know, again, you might not be the right witness for this question, but do you know if that number has changed substantially since this plan was filed last December?
I don't know off the top of my head. That's something we could verify.
Okay, thank you. But looking at the table here, as of last December, that is 56 participating customers out of a total 1.34 million customers that are eligible to participate in data sharing through Green Button Connect, right?
That's my understanding.
And subject to check, that's approximately 0.004% of eligible customers.
Sure, that sounds correct.
And don't you think if data sharing through Green Button Connect were easier, more customers would take advantage of the opportunity?
I'm not sure I'd agree with that blanket characterization. I think it depends on what the use case is, and I'm not sure if there's necessarily a clear-cut one like there is with sharing information for potentially enabling a virtual power plant program.
Thank you. You led in directly to my next question. And once the company begins implementing the ABPP, would you agree that it's likely that more customers will either need or want to share their data with aggregators?
Potentially. I don't think we know definitively right now.
But if customers did want or need to do so, it would be important for them to have an easy way to do that, right?
I agree. Yeah, a potential avenue to be able to share their information, whether it's Green Button Connect or not. I don't think there's a clear consensus on that.
Thank you. And we've spent a large amount of time today on SB 24A-0218. Are you aware that under that legislation, VPP programs must have a streamlined and reasonable data requirements for the participation of qualified aggregators, prosumers, and otherwise eligible customers?
Yes.
Thank you. Turning to the next topic, which is flexible interconnection, but also sticking with SB 218, and you discussed this with Ms. Kutzer, but SB 218 requires the company to propose the use of an optional flexible interconnection or energization tariff, or the various agreements as you discussed with her, right?
Yes.
And the company did not propose a flexible interconnection tariff in this proceeding, right?
Not in this proceeding.
Flexible interconnection can allow DERs to connect in constrained areas without some of the distribution upgrades that may typically be required, right?
Potentially, yes.
And you discussed this with Ms. Kutzer as well, but by avoiding some of these distribution upgrades, flexible interconnection can provide an opportunity for distribution level cost savings, right?
At the sake of not repeating the nuanced conversation I had with her, in some circumstances, yes, that may lead to reduced capital investment that all customers may benefit from in terms of reduced investment. On the generation side, it's less clear depending on interconnection policy.
Thank you. We don't need to repeat that conversation. I think that the record is clear there from her conversation with you. The DSP plan describes that the company is beginning to explore use cases for flexible interconnection for certain types of generation or load, right?
Yes.
And two of the use cases being explored are large-scale distributed generation and EVs, right?
Yes.
But there are other potential customers and end uses that could potentially leverage a flexible interconnection option, right?
Potentially, and this would be a good topic to discuss with Ms. Chacon, but generally I've been involved in some of those conversations. The reason that companies prioritizing those areas is from a cost benefit perspective, those types of applications tend to lend themselves to the most immediate potential benefit, whereas it may be more challenging with other types of applications.
And those other types of applications, and again, I can raise this with Ms. Chacon as well, might include data centers or behind the meter battery storage devices, right?
I would separate data centers from flexible interconnection, since we're primarily talking about distribution connected resources here, and most of the data centers we see are coming through the transmission system. Behind the meter battery storage, sure, I think that's a consideration potentially.
And it could also include residential or smaller rooftop solar, right?
Yes.
The company noted that it will deploy grid DERMS for flexible interconnection purposes by Q1 of 2026, right?
Yes.
And will this initial deployment of grid DERMS for flexible interconnection render what is described as kind of the walk phase of flexible interconnection in the DSP obsolete, so kind of the pre-DERMS phase?
I think it builds upon it again. This would be something good to explore in more detail with Mr. Cohn. But the company is doing a significant amount of work to be able to have DERMS enabled flexible interconnections for a limited subset of our system initially. I'll just add that having worked on one of the first flexible interconnection projects in the US, that is the approach that many utilities have taken to be able to do this in a way that leads to success.
Thank you. And I'll take up that topic further with her as well. Did you review the cross-answer testimony of AU's witness, Ed Burgess?
I did.
And we can pull this up if helpful, but do you recall the example he provided of California's approach to flexible interconnection, which included the Limited Generation Profile Program, or LGP?
I'm generally aware of LGP, but can't recall specifically his testimony.
Okay. His testimony stated that this type of program is one that's a readily available option that could be implemented quickly. Do you recall that?
That sounds like something he said in his testimony, yes.
Okay. And under the LGP program, DERs can voluntarily schedule reduced generation output from their project at specified times to avoid paying for infrastructure upgrades, right?
That sounds correct.
And by your understanding, does the implementation of the LGP, where an export limit is programmed into individual power control systems, require utilization of a grid DERMS?
I think that depends on how the utility implements it. There may be additional sort of monitoring and verification of those PCS-based control limits that I'd suggest you talk to Ms. Chacon about.
Okay, thank you. I will flag that for a conversation with her. But would the company be willing to commit to a process to consider the LGP as a flexible interconnection process?
I can't speak to that. I think that's really a planning and operational question. Again, I would encourage you to take that up probably with Ms. McDermott and Mr. Cohn.
Okay, thank you. All right, turning to the last topic of distribution system planning. In your direct testimony, you mentioned 3 drivers for the need for the company to change its planning processes for the distribution system, right?
Yes.
And the first is that historical trends can no longer inform planning and investment decisions due to changes in energy usage and diversity of choices available to customers, right?
Yes.
And the second is the impacts of weather and climate change.
That sounds correct.
And the third is the recognition that the distribution system is the interface for interconnecting and enabling an evolving set of non-traditional solutions that might mitigate bulk system and local system needs, right?
That sounds correct.
And those first and third drivers refer, at least in part, to the increasing role that DERs play in distribution system planning, right?
I think so. I mean, there's, and as reflected in my exchange with Ms. Kutzer, there's various definitions of DERs, but I would say in the broadest sense that DERs, load and generation, are having an impact on the distribution system.
And state policy goals, particularly goals related to transportation and a building electrification, also influence the increasing role that DERs play, right?
Yes, absolutely. And that goes back to the exchange Mr. Larson had with Mr. Island in his redirect. We're being asked to substitute, based upon state policy, molecules of gas and gasoline for electrons. So I think it's important to keep that in mind.
In your direct testimony, you stated that the company has transitioned to a granular location-specific forecasting process, right?
Yes.
And that refers to the use of load seer, right?
That's correct. I'll also note that we commissioned Kavala that has a similar forecasting capability to augment what we're already doing with LoadSeer.
And the company used LoadSeer to develop a bottom-up forecast for grid needs, right?
Yes.
And the LoadSeer tool was the primary method used for the proposed capital budget as part of this DSP, right?
Specific to capacity investments, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And I'll discuss this more in detail with Mr. Mino, but at a high level, the load SEER forecasting tool reflects the load modifying impacts of DERs, right?
Yes.
And in effect, would you agree that the load SEER analysis captured a single scenario for future DER adoption?
I would disagree with that. There's two forecasts that I'm aware of. Again, Mr. Mino can go into this in more detail. But what we analyzed in load SEER was the base forecast, which is based upon, our capacity check forecast, which is based upon known load growth and known load requests. That's really what have customers requested today. In addition to that, we layered on top of that forward-looking adoption of DERs, both DERs that can add load as well as ones that might subtract load. So we modeled two scenarios in load SEER and then several additional scenarios via Kavala, and then also calculated the corresponding capacity impacts from both a load and capital investment perspective.
Right. And did the load SEER analysis incorporate any impact from the ABPP program?
It did not.
And you've referred to this a couple of times, but in addition to the load SEER efforts, the company worked with Kavala to model additional scenarios similar to using a similar bottom-up approach to evaluate different levels of DER adoption, right?
That's correct.
But it was the load SEER analysis, not the Kavala analysis, that was ultimately used to determine the capital budget and investment plan proposed in this proceeding, right?
That's correct. I would say we validated against the Kavala analysis as well.
And the Kavala analysis showed different levels of EV managed charging could increase or decrease infrastructure costs by several billion dollars through 2050, right?
Yeah, I think specifically what you're referring to is we assumed an extremely aggressive achievement of location-specific EV charging, so different from the way that we operate today, where we're trying to meet a bulk system need by reducing charging in certain hours. The company is not even sure it's possible to technically achieve that, but you're correct in that over the 25 years between now and 2050, I think we reflected about a $5 billion cost savings specific to capacity investments over those 25 years.
So based on this, putting the specifics aside for the moment, do you agree that DER adoption can, in some cases, reduce other costs on the distribution system?
It's possible, and I would direct you back to my rebuttal testimony where I framed up the analysis between sort of scalability and impact of those solutions. With something like a non-wires alternative where we know exactly where we're targeting an area to defer or reduce capital investment, it's easier to forecast or be able to count on that capacity versus something that may be more geographically dispersed depending on where an aggregator may be able to enroll customers, such as in the VPP program. And that's the reason why we don't have that forecasted into our capital plans today.
Given these variations, would you agree that it might be worthwhile for the company to consider investing more in certain DER programs and projects if they could reduce DSP costs elsewhere by a greater amount, as discussed by the example? I
think absolutely. I mean, we have had vanilla net metering in the state of Colorado for several decades versus programs that have been shifted to in other states where those state commissions and utilities are trying to deploy DERs in a way that can reduce or limit system investments. So I think there's a massive opportunity to reform policy frameworks to be able to provide those benefits. But it's a challenging thing to do.
And given that you agree that it's worthwhile to consider investing more in those certain DER programs, would it also be worthwhile to study the trade-offs between investing in the DER programs and kind of more traditional capital investments and present different DSP investment options for the Commission's consideration?
Could you be a little bit more specific with that question? I'm just struggling to understand what specifically you mean there.
Yeah. Here, for an example, would it be feasible or worthwhile, in your opinion, in the future for the company to present 3 or 4 budget scenarios reflecting different levels of DER adoption?
I think in many ways we've already done that. I'll probably defer to Mr. Mino as far as the feasibility of that, but I'll say just generally at a high level, we're looking at ways to be able to automate, or rather his team is looking at ways to be able to automate some of that analysis so that we do have the ability to look at different looks. I will harken back though to the technical conference that the company presented at. It's extremely challenging given the cadence and timing of the annual distribution planning process to be able to make these changes in time to safely identify mitigations and implement those. So I think that's just one thing that needs to be considered in terms of thinking about any sort of expanded analysis. It may just require more lead time.
Thank you. And I will take up my remainder of questions on that topic with Mr. Mino as well. Are you aware of the concept of least cost planning and the way that it's typically approached on the bulk power system?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the company uses capacity expansion models like Encompass to identify an optimal or least cost investment plan on the bulk power system, right?
Yes.
Did the load steer analysis here include any similar type of optimization to identify a least cost investment plan on the distribution system?
I'm not, again, this is something I'm directing Mr. Ryan on, but I'll give you my high level take on this. I'm not aware of any model that exists for capacity planning today in the distribution system that employs a least cost best fit framework. And that's largely due to the nature of distribution system planning. So unlike Encompass, which can use generic assumptions to spit out a least cost portfolio under different modeling constraints, the load steer modeling really only provides a load forecast, at which point Mr. Mino and his team of talented engineers go and design engineering mitigations at a level of detail that doesn't necessarily happen on the bulk system as part of a phase one modeling process. So I think drawing that analogy to the distribution system is a challenging one to make, and I'm not aware of any software that can sort of do the load forecasting and the mitigation identification process all in one. So just caution going down that path.
Yeah, and I can take up some more specific questions related to that with Mr. Mino, but if a tool were available, do you think it would be beneficial to identify an optimal or least cost plan going forward?
I think that's a question really for Mr. Mino.
Okay, thank you. Just looking at my notes, I think most of these. All right, I think most of the rest of my questions are given your answers better for Mr. Mino. Chair, given that those are my questions for Mr. Pollack, but I'd like to request to add a little bit of my unused time to Mr. Mino, please.
That works. Let me just make a note. All right. I don't think Mr. Oldhouse, are you out there? All right. Well, let's start with Boulder tomorrow morning at 9. I have 20 minutes. Any final comments before we break with the night? All right. See everybody at 9 a.m. and we'll start with Boulder and Mr. Pollack. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.